Welcome to meeting number 136 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
In a hybrid format, pursuant to the standing orders, members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. I'd like to ask all members and other in-person participants to consult the cards on the table for guidelines to prevent audio feedback incidents. Veuillez garder l'esprit des mesures préventives en place pour...
Please keep these measures in mind to protect the health and safety of all participants, including our interpreters.
Approved earpiece. Keep your earpiece away from the microphones at all time. When you're not using your earpiece, place it face down on the sticker to either your right or your left. A reminder that all comments should be addressed to the chair.
Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3, the committee is continuing its study of Report 6, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, of the 2024 reports 5 to 7 of the Auditor General of Canada sent to the committee on Tuesday, June 4th, 2024.
This is from the National Research Council of Canada. Mitch Davies, President. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. And David Lisk, Vice President, Industrial Research Assistant Program. Nice to see you as well. You will have collectively a maximum of 5 minutes for your remarks, after which we'll proceed to rounds of questions from the members. So over to you for a 5-minute opening, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the invitation to speak with you today about the National Research Council of Canada as part of this committee's study of the Auditor General's report on SDTC. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that the NRC's activities take place across the country, from the unceded, shared, current and traditional territories of First Nations, Inuit and Métis people. Nous sommes conscients du privilège qui nous a été.
We recognize our privilege to be able to conduct research and drive innovation on these lands, and we pay respect to the peoples who were here before us.
I'm here today with David Lisk, the Vice President of NRC IRAP. As Canada's largest federal research organization, the NRC advances scientific knowledge, supports business innovation, and provides science-based policy solutions. With nationwide facilities and collaborations, the NRC unites scientists, industry, academia, and global partners. Le CNRC emploie plus de 4,000.
The CNRC employs more than 4,300 employees located across the country. The NRC's vision is to bring about a better Canada and a better world through excellence in research and innovation.
Conducting research for more than 75 years, NRC has provided key support to innovative Canadian small and medium-sized businesses through the NRC Industrial Research Assistance Program, or NRC IRAP, to develop innovations that drive the growth of these businesses and Canada's economy. The NRC IRAP has been instrumental in ensuring SMEs have the support they need to grow, innovate, and contribute to Canada's economic growth, job creation, and professional opportunities for students and recent graduates. Rien qu'au cœur de l'exercice 2023.
In the fiscal year 2023-2024, NRC IRAP supported over 9,000 clients and provided funding to around 3,000 firms. This assistance contributed to the creation of approximately 12,000 jobs, with client firms experiencing a 35% increase in revenue, as well as a 21% growth in employee numbers.
Through a nationwide network of more than 273 industrial technology advisors who are located in communities across Canada. Working closely with companies by providing technical and business advice, as well as research and development funding and referrals for an evolving portfolio of SME clients. With a long-standing record of successfully supporting SME growth, NRC IRAP has become a cornerstone of Canada's innovation ecosystem and one of the flagship Government of Canada programs, given an important role in helping Canadian businesses grow and thrive.
You mean Trudeau
On
Liberals?
June 4th, 2024, following the tabling of the Auditor General's audit report on Sustainable Development Technology Canada, the Government of Canada announced that it will transition SDTC to the NRC to enhance accountability, transparency, integrity, and restore public confidence in the program.
Sure, buddy.
Cette transition assurera un soutien.
This transition will ensure continued support for clean technology innovations, which are critical for meeting Canada's climate targets, all the while providing stability for current projects and SDTC employees.
Due to its extensive experience and track record supporting innovative tech-focused SMEs, NRC IRAP was selected to take on SDTC's existing programming and to ensure the economic and environmental goals previously set by SDTC continue to be met, working under NRC's IRAP governance and due diligence processes and practices. All NRC employees, including SDTC staff who would join NRC IRAP, must adhere to the NRC Conflict of Interest Policy and the Public Sector Values and Ethics Code. Under our policy, NRC IRAP employees are required to provide annual declarations of outside activities. Pour l'instant, le CNRC coopère.
Today, the NRC is working closely with SDTC leadership team to support a smooth transition for SDTC stakeholders, clients, employees, and to ensure the continuity of SDTC programming.
Selon nous, une année suffit.
We anticipate this transition will be completed within 1 year of the announcement. We are ready to move as quickly as is feasible, recognizing the need to stabilize the situation for SDTC stakeholders and the affected employees.
Thank you once again for the invitation to appear today. My colleague and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. We'll begin our first round. First round is 4 members, each with 6 minutes each. Mr. Perkins, you will lead us off, please, for 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, witnesses. I just say on a personal note, last night at 10:30 was the 26th anniversary of the tragedy of Swissair flight downing and crash in my riding up near Peggy's Cove, where over 200 individuals died, and it's still a trauma for many people in the riding. I'd just like to acknowledge that and all the people in my riding that have still suffering from that and the families who lost loved ones. In your opening, you mentioned that the SDTC announcement, otherwise known from our side as the Green Slush Fund, was announced on June 4th, basically within hours of the release of the Auditor General's report on the Green Slush Fund, conflicts of interest, and misuse of taxpayer money. Was the minister or the minister's office, the Minister of Industry, minister's office, and or the deputy minister in touch with NRC before that announcement for this transfer?
Mr. Chair, the NRC would have been involved at a working level in terms of options that I assume the department was considering for SDTC sometime in the spring of that year. And so, yes, we had interaction with the department officials on the announcement. Obviously, we had to think about it from a planning point of view and prepare ourselves for the day it was announced and get on with the transition that was planned.
So before the Auditor General's results are out, the minister was talking about the transition to you. Did the minister or his staff meet in that preparation with your department?
So, Mr. Chair, the advice or interaction with the minister on the file didn't involve myself or any of the staff at the NRC. So we would work through the department on any material they were looking for from us in regards to the consideration of that. Options that may well have been considered or advice given. We didn't have any visibility to that directly. It's not our role to advise. Obviously, we're there to support the portfolio and the minister. If they assign us a job and want to assess it, then we can help them undertake that work.
And were there any meetings with the Prime Minister's office or the Privy Council office in that preparation?
So I can't speak to any meetings that I'm aware of that I was involved with or any staff that I'm aware of directly with the Prime Minister's office in regard to the transition.
Oh,
I can
bullshit.
assume because matters that relate to the way government's organized, there could have been working level contacts on, like we call machinery business, looking at options that could be considered. But again, that's something that I wasn't involved in directly.
My understanding, I think from your presentation and the releases, this is being wrapped into the IRAP structure, governance structure within the NRC, at least for the next year, with an acting board of 3 former public servants, I believe. Do they all report to you, Mr. Lisk?
So,
Because you have a governance structure for IRAP that reports to you, am I correct?
so currently, SDTC
has its own structure, and it has the board members that you're talking about. We have our own operating structure as IRAP, which lives inside of the NRC.
How many organizations do you need for this organization? Holy crap.
The SDTC structure will be collapsed eventually, and IRAP will take over operations of the program, and also all of the staff will come to implement those operations. And so to answer your question, we do not have a relationship with SDTC in the way you're describing. The board
It's
does
still operating independently under those 3 acting board members.
That is correct.
Are you working with management, I presume, and the acting CEO on the transfer?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, just to be absolutely clear, because I appreciate the question that's being asked. So the interim board does not report to NRC in any manner. We work with the interim board representing the foundation. We work with the staff at SDTC on the transition planning. But the interim board will, again, wind up its activities when the foundation's wound up, and then once we've taken over the program, there's no ongoing relationship between us and the interim board.
Well,
and they don't report to us. They're not going to become part of our reporting structure. The foundation won't exist as far as the ongoing programming is concerned.
And the governance of all of that will exist sort of the way IRAP is done now, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So when I look at the IRAP governance structure, I see very little accountability to Parliament. In fact, I see none. That IRAP board is not governor and council appointed. It's appointed by the members of NRC. I presume when I read it, it's under Mr. Lisk. He has the responsibility for appointing the board members. And there is no publicly available information that I can see in disclosures of where that money goes on those individual donations. When I go to the SDTC site, I can see everything they've done since their inception. So is it the intent that the IRAP governance structure, where nothing is transparent to the public or accountable to Parliament, is what will be what this will evolve into?
So, Mr. Chair, by delivering the program through NRC IRAP, all of the transparency and disclosure requirements that apply to any federal organization will apply, which means funding will be proactively disclosed as it is. The Financial Administration Act will apply. Decisions will be made by the employees of the organization, in this case, as they've been made in NRC IRAP since its inception. So they're made by professionals, they're made by public servants.
Thank you. That is your time, Mr. Perkins. Thank you, Mr. Davies. Turning now to our next member, Mr. Weiler, you have the floor for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I do want to thank Mr. Davies and Mr. Lisk for joining our committee today as we continue our study on SDTC. I want to pick up a little bit on where Mr. Perkins was going with his questioning. This will be very helpful for us. So in June, when the minister announced that SDTC was going to be transitioned under the NRC, I think it would be really helpful for us to learn about what's going to be different and what to expect. So would SDTC still be classified as an arm's length organization, or does this transition under the NRC, which is a Government of Canada organization, change that?
SDTC.
So, Mr. Chair, subsequent to the transition, there will no longer be an arm's length organization that's in charge of the funding. That's going to be transferred to us, and then we'll be delivering for sustainable development technology, development purposes, and helping entrepreneurs. And the accountability and the structure that will exist will be the same that applies to a departmental corporation as we have it now with the NRC IRAP and all the financial administration, all the sort of public administration frameworks that are in application for departments that are common in our system, into audit committees, public disclosure, the financial administration of funds in the public service, all that will apply, and there'll be no arm's length body involved.
Thank you. And would you say that SDTC's mission aligns with that of the NRC? And in short, would you say this transition would then make sense to you?
Mr. Chair. Supporting innovators, supporting entrepreneurs is most certainly within our mandate and mission. NRC IRAP has been doing that directly with small, medium-sized businesses for over 75 years, and quite successfully so, based on testimonials and things that Canadians have observed about the program and its strengths. Also, at this level of our strategic plan, climate and sustainability is a goal, a priority for the National Research Council in the next 5 years for our new strategic plan. So we see that as being aligned with our goals, our capabilities, the interests we have to support Canada with science and technology that's there for our future to help our growth and also respond to the challenges.
You mean support
that,
liberal
Canada
insiders,
faces.
man. You mean support liberal
Thank
insiders
you,
who
and
get millions of
I can
dollars.
definitely confirm I've heard some of the same things and seen some of the companies that it's helped in my riding that are really on the leading edge of clean technology. Moving on, could you tell us specifically what the transition means for funding to the SDTC and the funding that the SDTC in turn disperses to its projects? So does that now fall under the NRC's processes and protocol?
There's kind of two worlds to sort of take into account. Right now, there's a question of the restart and the evaluation of all the files that SCTC has to determine their eligibility. Obviously, the observations made by the Auditor General and
conflicts of
to
interest
follow up on that, and I think that's been subject of testimony that's been given here previously.
He won't say
Once
it.
that work's done and the files transferred, then that's the point in time that the NRC IRAP will take care of working with those files, those clients, and also running the program on an ongoing basis. But at the moment, all the files are with SDTC, and they're undertaking work that they've talked about here. And when that's completed, it'll then start the transfer process to us, and then we'll run it from that point forward. And obviously, we'll establish the terms and conditions as we would through Treasury Board that will provide for the authority for this programming to continue.
Wait, so they just get another year?
That work is underway now.
They're doing it right up until the election.
Thank you. And what kind of oversight will be exercised over the financial channels at SDTC going forward?
Mr. Chair, so we won't obviously be involved in oversight of anything at SDTC as far as the NRC IRAP. Perhaps that's what the member's question is related to. Obviously, the decision-making processes would obviously follow the kind of way things have been done for the history of NRC IRAP, which is we have professionals, people with business experience. They work with clients, they develop an understanding of their business, what they're trying to do, and then they would work with them on projects and take it through our process for decision-making. Decisions are made by public servants with the authority to take those decisions. There could be advice and expertise brought to bear, in particular for larger investments to have some external views. But those are not to take decisions, but they're to advise us, because obviously the most important thing here is that we take decisions that are sensitive to the market and technology realities, and obviously we want to have the maximum amount of skill and expertise brought to bear in making those decisions.
Certainly. And, moving forward, are you able to speak to any strategies that you have in place to prevent the type of conflicts of interest issues that arose with SDTC going forward, particularly in the context of how funding decisions are going to be made as it rolls into an NRC?
It doesn't matter. He just said they have another year.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I think there's an important, important understanding on the part of NRC IRAP and how it conducts its business is that we have people that join the organization from the private sector. So when they join, obviously they have to disclose, make us aware of any interests they have, and they also have to kind of bring themselves into line with our conflict of interest policies. That's applied for our staff, because the most important thing is the perception of what they're doing and the reality, but perception is equally important. So we have a process undertaken with our staff to ensure they disclose what they need to under our policy, and then they can conduct their business with their clients without someone having a question of whether things are being done in a fair way. And that's what's important. That's built into the system we have that relates to our employees, and that will apply in the case of employees that would join us from SDTC or they'll have any involvement in the SDTC programming in the future.
Thank you very much. Suivant, c'est Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Now we have Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés for 6 minutes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Sustainable Development Technology Canada has spoiled a good idea. Funding that normally should be well used, but they have spoiled this, and that's what we see with the Liberal government right now. Now,
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
how can we ensure that we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater when we have numerous projects that
what?
should exist and many companies depend upon this fund for their existence? There's an example of a company that was waiting for their second $100,000 payment that they should have got last March but didn't get it. They had to lay off 4 employees. Clients have lost trust in the company. There's a lack of competitiveness now. And so there are many companies that aren't doing well because of the greed of certain members of the board. And so how is the NRC going to manage this so that these companies receive their funding as soon as possible? I know that these projects are being assessed, but can we have some clear information? Because we need to be able to predict what's going to happen when we're waiting for money from the government. It's supposed to be very reliable funding. Because, yes, they're in the private sector, but they're waiting up on public funding. So what can they say to their teams, their clients, in order to have a certain amount of predictability? Do you have an idea of when these companies will receive the money that they're owed?
The question, and it's important, and I mentioned it in our opening comments, that stability and predictability for the stakeholders, the companies that work with SDTC is very important. Obviously, we want to see the transition concluded within a year, and we are hoping to do it earlier than that. The question of the funding that a given company might well be waiting for now, I think that's obviously important, and it's with the SDTC organization and the interim board. They have to examine, they're spoken here about they're reviewing the files, given that questions and observations have been raised in terms of eligibility in some cases and so on. So they have to complete that work, and so the restart work is not undertaken at the NRC at this time. We will take on the files once that is done. Files that are, valid, that conform to the contribution agreement. Those are the files that will be transferred to us. So, I think it's important. The member's question is very well understood in terms of needing to get this going, and for the companies that are waiting, the real need for them from a business point of view. But the restart is not something the NRC is directly involved when it's with the SDTC and its board and staff.
Comment allez-vous vous assurer?
How are you going to ensure that, I spoke of a certain case and you've mentioned conflict of interest, and I'm imagining if I talk about this, you're going to say that you have your own directives and that you're careful with this issue of conflict of interest. But so once SDTC will be integrated into the NRC, how will you ensure that these conflict of interest issues will not happen ever again? Earlier, we spoke and Mr. Lisk heard this. How will we ensure, that there are protections because people will want to take advantage of this funding? So how will NRC ensure that they're acting in a noble manner?
I think it is, given the objectives the government has provided to us to run this program and restore public confidence. I mean, it's obviously weighs on us that we have to do this very well, do a solid job. I think, it has been observed in the previous testimony as to the nature of the foundation itself and its governance, and having obviously people from the sector, a small sector in Canada, particularly at its outset, involved in decision making and so on. That situation does not have a parallel in the NRC in the way we operate. Our decision making rests on people who are employees of the organization and professionals that work under the values and ethics, the conflict of interest, and really work on behalf of the public interest as part of a public organization. And I think, obviously, we take very seriously the need to run this program to the highest standards going forward.
Merci, Monsieur Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. When you noticed several months ago that there were conflict of interest issues and the Treasury Board asked the departments to look at which employees were involved with this, did you do this with the NRC? Is always undertaken at the National Research Council. I mean, every time someone's hired, people have to also look at their activities and disclose where there's need to do so. So it's actually a living area of continuous improvement.
Avez-vous identifié?
Did you identify certain people that may have a second job or may have a relationship with certain companies?
There would be circumstances in the disclosure of conflict of interest where we'd have to work through our ethics office on mitigation or matters that would address those circumstances, including, of course, sometimes having people withdraw or change their involvements or investments.
Est-ce que c'est arrivé récemment? Est-ce que
Did this happen recently? Did you assess? Did you change things over the last several months? Given that we have some very shameful examples, such as the Department of Defense. So did you question employees? The Auditor General did this at their office. Did you do the same?
I would mention, earlier in the summer, I actually asked all the management level, the National Research Council, to look at their disclosures and bring them completely up to date, and that I'll be able to get a report on that in the weeks ahead to know that everyone has done so. Second is we have regular training that's been taken by thousands of employees across the National Research Council on what their obligations are, so it's absolutely clear what they have to do and how to conduct themselves. I think we take it very seriously, and we're working, as every large public organization does, to emphasize that. And I've done that personally with all the people that are in the management ranks, and ask them also that they have to do that so that they show to their employees what we're expecting and that they model the right kind of conduct in the workplace.
Et voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Joining us virtually, you have the floor for 6 minutes, please, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the witnesses and my colleagues for your very good questions today. I do want to return to the subject of restoring public confidence and the AG's report. Mr. Davies, you're aware that the AG's report did recommend several recommendations, of course, prior to the establishment of the process that's currently underway that would transfer much of SDTC's former role to the National Research Council and, of course, the IRAP program that we've talked about a bit today. In your work towards restoring public confidence, I think it's important to take into account the victims of this. And to one of my former colleagues who mentioned this already earlier, it is important that we try to balance what is obviously a really good policy, but recognize a really strong and very well evidenced situation of
corruption,
misconduct, particularly conflict of interest,
corruption,
organizational mismanagement, and even employee and serious HR concerns that were brought forward earlier at the Ethics Committee last year. When it comes to, for example, some of those persons in the work of restoring public confidence, of course, taxpayers need to know that funds are properly being administered, as one of the victims in this case, to ensure that they themselves have confidence that the work that you're undertaking is going to ensure that taxpayers do get true value. Second to that, of course, we have the employees. I mentioned that, whistleblowers, who had to eventually come forward to a House of Commons committee to make relevant their very serious HR complaints and concerns of what they had witnessed. We had also heard from that time that HR managers were being fired left, right, and center. There was huge issues of HR where employees ultimately had to leave. In addition to that, lastly, it's our environment that takes, I think, a very large impact from the lack of, or at least the disablement of this program. And I think many young Canadians in particular are hoping to see that the work you do to rebuild the confidence in this kind of work is actually restored. So just speaking directly to the work of restoring public confidence, can you speak to how, what processes that you've undertaken in response to the Auditor General's report, particularly her recommendations she makes throughout Section 6? There's very many recommendations, but have you taken into account the Auditor General's recommendations and your work to restore public confidence in this work?
So, Mr. Chair, yes, I would say I think it's really important that people take into account the observations that have been made. Reports also the Commissioner of Ethics on the question. Those things have been distributed at the Council, and certainly we'll be discussing them further as the days go ahead. And I think NRC IRAP, for what it's done for 75 years, can only continue to do it if it does it well and to a high standard. And we take that seriously because these programs are important. They're important for our economy to support small, medium-sized businesses that are taking on very risky things to advance their technology and to do innovative things. And obviously, it's really important that everyone at the council take that into account in the way we run things that we're entrusted to do, and also that we live that every day. I think it's regrettable. Obviously, there's circumstances here that are definitely a challenge, but we'll take full measure of all the observations and take those into account in the way we do business, and obviously fulfill what the government's asked us to do, which is to restore trust in this area of programming and get it up and running as fast as we possibly can.
In addition to some of that, just backing up a bit in terms of how the issue with SDTC came to light and some of the concerns that were brought forward at that time to committee members in ethics. Prior to that, of course, these employees who are trying to raise alarms about the very serious allegations and concerns related to the situation at SDTC, at any point in time, did anyone, particularly members of SDTC, former chair, board, staff members, come to the NRC to report such allegations?
So, Mr. Chair, not to my awareness, do I have any information on that? No.
And in terms of making sure that whistleblowers and employees and those who work at SDTC in the transfer of this work are well protected and well encouraged to continue their good work, but also to ensure that they themselves feel safe in the workplace, what measures are you undertaking in the transition of the program to ensure worker safety?
Mr. Chair, I think perhaps I've just opened by explaining that in our workplace, we have mechanisms inside the workplace to allow people to disclose issues where they have questions of the way we're proceeding, the way work's been done, whether it's questions of health and safety, whether it's the way we're administering things. We have a process to disclose those internally. Also, public servants can avail themselves of the Act, which has been established, in a parliamentary office for that, if they so choose. So I think those are strong guardrails, strong processes that are in place in the public service that apply and are there for all employees and their protection. We've taken time to meet. I've met with all of the SCTC employees with the town hall to welcome them, to explain to them, National Research Council, how we work, the way things will proceed in the days ahead, and to open up strong lines of communication. It's very important that this group of employees are taken into account fully, and we obviously will be offering them offers of employment, and we want their expertise as well, so we can run this program in a solid fashion in line with its objectives to support sustainable development.
Yeah,
Thank you very
right.
much, Mr.
Thank you.
Davies. I think
To support
And that's
liberal
done.
insiders, you mean,
Yes.
Bud.
Being
Liberal
the second
insiders.
round, going to Mr. Brock now for 5 minutes, please. You have the floor.
Mr. Brock,
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Davies and Mr. Lisk, for your attendance today. I listened very carefully, Mr. Davies, to your opening statement, and the hallmark from my perspective is the desire to restore public confidence and trust. It's no small wonder, it's going to be a large feat to accomplish, but it's no small wonder you state that, because after 9 years of Justin Trudeau and his government, one of the most ethically challenged and corrupt governments this country has ever seen, millions of Canadians are skeptical when they hear senior civil servants uttering words that trust us. We're going to restore confidence in the program. We're going to restore the oversight that should have been there in the first place. This arm's length corporation, SDTC, was responsible for essentially doling out free money to the tune of almost $393 million to companies that were conflicted. It's no small wonder that the Assistant Deputy Minister of ISED uttered the phrase, "It was free money." This is almost a sponsorship scandal level kind of giveaway. Public confidence is shattered with the ability of this government to distribute taxpayer monies in a prudent and ethical manner. So if I understand you correctly, the current SDTC organization is under the umbrella of NRC, correct?
Mr. Chair, it is not.
It is not.
No.
They are with IRAP?
Mr. Chair, the SCTC still exists as a foundation. It has an interim board. Its employees are still employees of the foundation.
Yep.
Right.
They're
So
not
it's still
part of the
going.
NRC.
That's what I said.
Okay. So
It's still going.
who's supervising? Who's providing that daily supervision and monitoring of granting monies to these startup green companies? Who is doing that?
Themselves.
Mr. Chair, I believe Paul Booth was here on a previous testimony. He's one of the interim board members, I believe the chair. So the interim board is supervising as the board of SCTC the activities.
So we have one chair and we have two directors doing all the supervision.
So
is that correct?
As I understand, sir, Mr. Chair, there are 3 interim board members and then the management of SCTC.
Okay.
That run the organization at this time.
All right. So they are providing the oversight on behalf of the federal government. Is that correct?
And Mr. Chair, there's also, as I understand it, there's a contribution agreement.
I understand that.
Between the department
so
and the
NRC is not providing any oversight.
Once we have taken on responsibility for the program.
At the moment, NRC is not providing oversight, correct?
Mr. Chair, I would say that's accurate, yes.
And IRAP is not providing oversight.
That's what I thought.
We'll be involved once the transition's taken place.
Okay. Well, according to the minister in his statement on June 4th, 2024, he talks about essentially the NRC providing a level of oversight. The actions were rooted in our commitment to transparency, accountability, upholding the highest standards of integrity, says the minister. As Government of Canada organization, the NRC is subject to rigorous and stringent oversight of its personnel and finances. This structure will help rebuild public trust while increasing accountability, transparency, and integrity. So he's actually misled Canadians in believing that you're providing that extra layer of transparency and accountability, which is the furthest from the truth. That's not happening right now. You're going to move towards that in 2026, but money is being channeled right now by one board chair and 3 board members and the current SDTC organization, because no one was fired. The existing board of SDTC either resigned in shame or resigned after public pressure. The current board chair found guilty of 2 ethical violations by the ethics commissioner. All of the directors resigned in shame. So what confidence can Canadians have moving forward that between now and 2024 and 2026, when the new corporation takes over, that there's any accountability, any transparency? How are Canadians supposed to feel confidence, sir, after hearing my exchange with you right now? What confidence can you give them?
So, Mr. Chair, just a clarification that the transfer that will be undertaken will be done within this year. And we would hope if we can do that earlier, we will do so. The second is prior testimony has been given here from the department and SCTC, the interim board member who was here, that spoke about the process they're undertaking, and they've accepted the Auditor General's findings, and actually they're reviewing all the files with that in mind. And that interim board was put in place, I think, obviously because of the importance of public trust and the need to establish leadership at SDTC right now to do that work, and to do that work before it's transferred to the NRC in the coming year. So certainly also that transfer will take place hopefully in the 4th quarter of this fiscal year, and we're endeavoring to make that happen. But in the interim, obviously, the testimony that's been provided here before by the department and the interim board has talked about them accepting those recommendations and taking that fully into account in the review they're doing right now.
They accept they stole nearly $400 million.
Thank you
operating.
very much. Putting out to Ms. Khalid. You have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Oh, no, not Khalid. No, I'm going to go
Chair,
get a coffee.
and thank you to the witnesses. Just picking up on that oversight piece, the role of the Public Accounts Committee is to provide oversight of how public funds are spent. The role of ministers within their departments is to provide that oversight of the work of departments. We are in no way here to defend any actions by bureaucrats, by departments. We are here to provide oversight of what happened and how can we improve that process. Now, the minister, as soon as he learned, and the Auditor General in her report with the recommendations, took action right away. And I want you to help us understand, is the NRC going to be capable of fulfilling the recommendations that have been provided by the Auditor General and the work of the minister in providing that oversight? Is it effective in this point?
So, Mr. Chair, I would say certainly we are capable of delivering the programming. I think also delivering it in line with the recommendations that have been made. On two levels, I think that are important. First, of course, is ensuring that we're working with clients that are fully eligible in the terms and conditions of the program. It's something that takes place at NRC IRAP now and has for a long time, and making sure we're working with clients that are eligible for the program support. Second, obviously, to do this work in a system that has strong checks and balances, oversight, all the things that you would expect to ensure people can see who we're funding and on what terms, who's taking decisions, and that any perceptions of conflict of interest are something that's addressed by our policy and our employees actually fulfilling their responsibilities under that policy to ensure it's adhered to. Third, of course, I guess I would also say the governance is certainly different in the NRC IRAP as a organization in the public sector where we're accountable for the decisions we take as employees of government and not.
Excuse me. Now, this program's been running for decades and decades. Am I correct? And so it has transitioned from government to government over these decades that it's run. Is this the fault of the minister?
That's incorrect.
This a corrupt government, as the opposition parties love to accuse are, or is there an opportunity that the minister took to clean up what maybe previous governments have created a muck of?
How is this a Harper issue?
So, Mr. Chair, I think it's been discussed here previously as to the nature of the organization, the setup of the foundation, which was undertaken a long time ago, and a fairly unique circumstance to set up an outside organization that operates as it does. Obviously,
this was set up under the Trudeau government.
Connection with the sector, and I think there's been testimony given on that and observations about that being taken into account. And I think obviously there's some serious thought that needs to be undertaken on that. I think as far as we're concerned, we're available obviously to help on the transition to continue the support to the sector and the companies that are trying to do challenging things and innovative things, and then to do it in concordance with our standards of due diligence and the practices we undertake. Don't have any comment
I'm wrong on that. It actually started in 2001.
Observations on the other parts of the question.
Thank you. And our opposition members have been talking about the transition and the lack of oversight. So once this, you had mentioned that the transition is in process right now and will occur within the year. What does that mean for Canadians? If you can help us understand what that transition will do ultimately in terms of increasing oversight.
So, Mr. Chair, I think the transition, of course, will mean that the stakeholders that look to SDTC now will have an ongoing opportunity to work with NRC IRAP to be able to assess support and provide support for their important projects, which is obviously a goal from an economy point of view and also from an environmental point of view. I think the other aspect that I think is critical is people will be able to understand that it's taking place inside a departmental corporation subject to oversight at various levels. The Auditor General has jurisdiction over us to come and audit our activities. We have an audit committee.
It's a bit laggy.
We assess risk across the organization. There's strong processes of internal control, financial management, all of which under the Financial Administration Act, all of that applies to us. In a way it may not apply to an arm's length foundation set up under its own statute and its own with its own requirements. So I think there's a very different world in terms of all the rigor and structure that's in place and that we can provide on an ongoing basis to support the delivery of the program.
Thank you very much. That is the time. Suivant encore, c'est Madame Sinclair Desgagnés pour 2 minutes. Secondes, s'il vous plaît.
2.5 minutes, Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Davies, I'd like to come back to the topic I mentioned before, that being managing conflict of interest issues at the NRC. You mentioned that when you arrived, you asked NRC managers to provide you information on their employees, their teams, etc., to ensure that there are no apparent conflict of interest issues. You said that you were waiting on a report from the management team with the NRC?
Of myself asking all of our management to bring up to date their conflict of interest disclosures. And then I indicated that at the end of the summer period, we would obviously be checking, making sure that it had been undertaken and taking any follow-up steps. So I expect to have that complete information very soon and be able to follow up on what I indicated.
Allez-vous pouvoir partager?
Will you be able to share the conclusions with this committee so that we will be able to see what happened with SDTC and to ensure that something similar not happen with the NRC?
To indicate that that work had been concluded. I think it's also, one part of work that is actually a larger body of work across the entire council of training support for all employees. We have 4,300 employees under whom, under which work they have to have the conflict of interest requirements applied. So
Merci.
I think it's a
Thank you.
undertaking at the
Merci,
council.
Monsieur Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. I'd like to move on to another topic that was covered by one of my colleagues to my right here. That is the topic of the current management of SDTC. So this is what was said by Mr. Simon Kennedy, the Deputy Minister at SDTC. June 13th, 2024, he replied to me. He said that in the media, SDTC is managed by the NRC. So I would imagine that that was a mistake, which is concerning because we're talking about the Deputy Minister that is of the department responsible for SDTC, who was not aware of how management is working there. So that's concerning because it raises the question, who is really managing this? Who are they accountable to? And who is ensuring that they are complying with guidelines? Thank you. Response, please? It was a good question.
I don't have the reference or the quote that's been presented in terms of the Deputy Minister of ISED, what was said. I could only assume that what was being discussed was our role to have a role in running the Sustainable Development Programming that SDTC is responsible for now and has been. And obviously that's going to take place once we've completed the transition this year. Up until that point, it's certainly between ISED and SCTC and its interim board to administer the current contribution agreement and, of course, do what they've said in terms of looking over the files and ensuring that they're in alignment with the
So you're just going to trust them to do what they
that have been
say.
accepted. And that would take place before the transition. So it might be a question of time, I think.
Thank you. Suivant, up next, Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor again for 2.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Davies, in regards to the eligibility of projects under your new work to transition the fund, have you taken into consideration some of the recommendations by the Auditor General regarding issues of eligibility? As you likely know, the serious case of mismanagement within SDTC did find by the Auditor General several instances of projects, not the totality of all projects did the Auditor General review, but the sample to which she did review revealed that many projects
Yes, she didn't
were
even
actually
review them all.
ineligible for the funding through SDTC and failed to either demonstrate or develop new technology or failed to develop any projects that actually had a potential benefit for the environment. In regards to the eligibility or new eligibility that would be required, is there work related to the transition in your mind that is taking into account the actual eligibility of new projects? And then I'll have a follow-up question related to the existing projects that are underway or being funded by SDTC and your process of review for them.
So, Mr. Chair, I think the first step is, of course, the eligibility of the projects that SCTC currently has. and the work that's being done between SDTC and ISED to sort that, and then that will take place before the transfer. It's a policy decision as to...
Oh, sorry, Mr. Davies, just because I have a bit of short time.
Sorry.
On that point there, will there be a review of those existing contribution agreements to ensure that taxpayers get their money back for any ineligible projects that are still pending?
So, Mr. Chair, I think that's a question best addressed to the department, SCTC. I think it's been a subject of discussion at the committee before, but it's not something we're directly involved in.
Thank you very much. And then, sir, turning back to the eligibility criteria for new projects, will they be changing?
So, Mr. Chair, as I was saying, the review of eligibility is going on now. Obviously, the files that we'll receive will be those that are eligible as established between the department and SCTC. We'll also have to have approval for terms and conditions for the programming that we'll offer in this space for sustainable technology development. And that'll be established as it would be through appropriate submissions in the government. Obviously, terms and conditions for programs are established by the Treasury Board, and we would follow that process to establish the terms and conditions. And that's a policy decision that the minister in the department will take, and we're doing that preparatory work now so that we can have this thing up and running on the time frame that we've shared here with Canadians within the year.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
That is the time. Turning now to Mr. Genuis, joining us from his porch. Over to you, sir. Because it looks very comfortable.
Thank you, Chair. It's not that comfortable, but it is a beautiful day in Alberta and a beautiful riding of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. And I wanted to maybe just zero in on a quick sort of summary of the Green Slush Fund scandal that we're adjudicating today at the Public Accounts Committee. So you have a fund that is giving money to companies ostensibly related to green technology, but you have in reality board members handing out this money, giving it to companies that they own. You have a group of well-connected insiders who have been placed on this board who are saying, okay, let's give a bit of money to Bob's company over here, Bill's company over there. Oh, my company could use some money too. That is the essence of this scandal. In some cases, you had directors stepping out of the room for those votes that benefited their companies. But in some cases, you also had individuals voting on disbursements that directly benefited companies they own. And it's crazy to me and to many Canadians that this sort of thing could happen. But on the other hand, it is part of a pattern of corruption we're seeing under this government over the last 9 years. And the testimony we're hearing today is to suggest that maybe there's been some changes in the way this program operates. But what I'm getting here is that things have not changed substantially, that we are facing the same problems, the same potential problems of corruption and self-dealing. So I want to drill down on that. You have an interim board right now at the Green Slush Fund that is making decisions about where these disbursements go. Do any members of the current interim board have personal investments in companies that have received money, that could receive money in the future, that are seeking money? Do any current members of that interim board have those kinds of investments?
So, Mr. Chair, it's not a question I'm in any position to address directly. You have to address that to the individuals involved.
I'm sorry, you can't answer that. We're here adjudicating the question of conflict of interest of board members, and I'm asking you, do any of the current members of the interim board have issues of conflict of interest? Well, why can't you answer that, sir?
So, Mr. Chair, the interim board in no way reports to NRC, doesn't fall under any jurisdiction. We have our policy for conflict of interest. Obviously, the appointment process used for those interim board members is what applies to their appointments and any work that was done to review matters of conflict of interest. So I can't speak to it directly from the NRC.
So it's been 9 years. You have board members that are benefiting directly from decisions of the board, sometimes stepping out of the room when those are voted on, sometimes not. And we have, at present, a board where there may or may not be continuing issues of conflict of interest. That underlines the fact that despite all the discussion around this scandal, the government has not fundamentally changed what's happening. Now, the proposed future transition to these decisions being under the auspices of the National Research Council. This committee has studied the problem of public servants themselves owning companies or being involved in companies that have been benefited from government contracts. So can you tell us, sir, with respect to this future proposed transition to the National Research Council, do any National Resource Council employees, NRC, National Research Council employees have investments in companies that receive funding through this slush fund, or that could receive that funding?
So, Mr. Chair, in regards to conflict of interest of our employees, it's explicitly clear that they are not to have investments in companies in which they're with whom they're working. And absolutely that's reviewed when they join us, and it's reviewed on an ongoing basis. And it's quite critical, obviously, given the matter of real conflict of interest that would put them in if they were to do so, let alone any involvement in the past that could have a concern around perceived conflict of interest.
Thank you. In the time I have left, do any ministers, political staff, PCO staff, PMO staff, anybody who could be involved in directing NRC's decisions, would any of them be able to have investments in companies that benefit from disbursements through this Green Slush Fund?
Mr. Chair, I think, as far as how I can answer it is the administration of program at the National Research Council is conducted by our staff, and it's under their professional judgment in the system.
But I think the public would still like to know, and just a yes or no, would PCO employees, political staff in the minister's office, ministers, PMO employees be able to have these kinds of investments benefiting from the slush fund?
Mr. Chair, I can't really speak to any given employees that are not under my care or responsibility in their offices, but they don't have anything to do with our administration and decision-making on investments we make of public funds.
Thank you. Mr. Genuis, that is the time. You will have an opportunity again to revisit this. Turning now to Ms. Bradford. Ms. Bradford joining us virtually as well. You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being with us today. In his announcement, the minister said that this move would be done to increase oversight of over the SDTC. Have you reviewed the AG's report, and is this something that the NRC is equipped to do?
Look at how messy her dresser is.
So, Mr. Chair, yes, I personally read the recommendations of the report, observations made, the response that's been made as well by SDTC to the report. Given the role we're going to play in the future in this transition, all of those observations are very important. And obviously, the structure of the foundation itself, which was commented on in prior testimony here, it doesn't apply in the case of the NRC. And so that's a very strong distinction in what existed before and what will exist after the transition. But I think the most important area that I'd observe is just the need for ongoing vigilance and solid practice in conflict of interest, even if it's a matter of perception. We have public servants that are professional, full-time working for us, so they're pretty busy, and this is their job to run the programs that are entrusted in their care, but also to make sure that everyone understands that they maintain and conduct themselves in a way that people couldn't question. I think that's very important to us.
Okay, so to that point, can you speak broadly to what the NRC's responsibilities would be overviewing the SDTC?
So, Mr. Chair, our responsibility is to deliver the benefits of the program that the government asks us to deliver. And so in this case, it would in some ways be very similar to the kind of programming we've worked with for over 75 years, which is support innovation and entrepreneurship. And that's a really solid part of the current activities of NRC IRAP, and very much something that's at the heart of what we do. I think the important addition here is also to pursue sustainable development technology for the benefit of those clean technologies for the environment for Canadians, and that's something that we work in that area. We have obviously a research goal and a strategic goal in climate and sustainability, but also we'd have expertise joining us from SDTC to help us adjudicate those files and obviously assess the benefits from a sustainable development point of view. So there'd be really two ways to look at a file and find those that have the most strong attributes that, meet the terms and conditions of the program and that, we're happy to conduct business with on an ongoing basis. That'll be our goal and deliver the benefits of the program that Canadians expect.
In other words, liberal insiders.
So what is expected then of the SDTC in turn as a result of the transition?
Mr. Chair, I think the transition is to conduct this on an expedited basis to bring some stability that's needed to the clean tech sector and the stakeholders in that sector so that we can get back to business. Second, I think it's also important that we take into account there's been employees at SDTC that have been involved in this and looking for certainty in terms of their own careers, and we look forward to making offers to them so they can join our team. And then third, I think the expectation is that the program can carry on with a high level of confidence that it's being done in a manner that's consistent with public objectives and scrutiny in terms of the way we conduct ourselves in delivering the program. So we've actually got a lot of work to do and a full mandate on a number of levels to respond to this situation, and we're happy to be there to do that for Canadians.
And what are the communication channels like between the SDTC's board and members and officials at NRC?
So, Mr. Chair, we have regular meetings with the interim board, particularly Marta Morgan. I think the board member who was here previously sort of talked about how the board has divided up their work. Ms. Morgan is responsible for working with us on the transition. We meet regularly, really to take account of all the lines of activity. There's a lot of work involved in bringing this program into the NRC, and we're well aligned and coordinated with them. And of course, we also await the work that's being done between the department and SDTC on the files and preparing them for transfer. And then we're doing the kinds of work you'd expect on systems and preparing ourselves from an HR point of view to be able to make offers to the employees and get this done as soon as possible.
Okay. The AG appeared at the Industry Committee last December and spoke to how the complaints of HR violations fell out of scope of the study. As we all know, the minister then tasked an independent third-party investigation into the reports of HR violations at SDTC. As a result of the transition, will SDTC's HR protocol be aligned with NRC's?
So,
I
Mr.
remember
Chair,
Marta.
I think the most direct way to respond to that is to ensure everyone understands the way personnel are managed, the way we work with our employees. That will apply to any employees that join us from SDTC. With all that brings, creating a good workplace, a good environment for them to thrive and make their contribution. And obviously there's strong mechanisms as well where they have concerns that they can raise those through the various systems we have in place, up to and including if they have an issue where they want to disclose something that they're not comfortable with, they can do that inside the organization. That's well established. And obviously there's obviously a parliamentary role there for an officer to look into those questions if employees go to that office to ask for a review of any wrongdoing. So we've got a strong regime that applies to human resources at the National Research Council, and that'll apply to all the SDTC employees that join us.
Thank you. Beginning our third round, I'm going back to Mr. Perkins again for 5 minutes, please, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin by sort of a follow-up to my previous questions on this issue of transparency, because you say when it gets, the Green Slush Fund gets merged over into IRAP with the governance structure there, that somehow it'll be subject to all the usual FAA, and I presume that means like access to information. But when I go to the SDTC website, you can print off great detail on every single investment they've made going back to 2001, both active and inactive, when it was given, how much was given, who the proponents were, by date. But no such thing exists for IRAP on a public disclosure that I can see. So it looks to me like by folding this in with IRAP, there will actually be less public transparency and accountability to the Green Slush Fund than more. So will you pledge that everything that SDTC does in its new incarnation under your leadership and the leadership of the Minister of Industry will have at least this? It didn't stop the corruption, of $390 million of $800 million going to conflicted parties. But at least we could figure it out and parliamentarians could see it. But I don't see that NRC operates that way.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to follow up with the committee to provide the links to all the proactive disclosure that takes place on the investments we make under NRC IRAP. And I think that would hopefully resolve the member's question as to where you can find the information, because it's important. It's a matter of policy that is made public. And I would say similarly, it's equally important for us people to know who we invest in and how much and the names of the companies, so Canadians can look at that information. And it's something we've done, we do, and we will continue to do, and that will apply, of course, to any funding under any measures for sustainable development technology that we'll be offering under NRC IRAP. But I'd like to provide that link to the committee so that the folks can see what we do disclose if they haven't came across it before.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And secondly, IRAP is overseen by a voluntary, I guess, advisory board of 12 people, which I believe are appointed by you, Mr. Lisk. Is that correct?
So we are not, the advisory board that supports IRAP does not have oversight. There's no fiduciary responsibility. All of that rests inside of the NRC and with the government. The purpose of the advisory board is to provide advice to IRAP around programming, program evolution, and developing new policies.
So what do you
they
actually
provide
do?
Advice. They do not have any oversight.
What the hell do you do then?
Or do business with SDTC currently?
To my knowledge, no.
Could you double check on that and reconfirm in writing to the clerk, please?
Absolutely.
Also, I would like to understand that I think you said, Mr. Davies, that SDTC would be rolled over by the end of Q4 this year, which for those watching ends on March 31st, to you. But the understanding is that this actually is going to be spun out of the NRC, is it not, including IRAP, to a new Crown Corporation in 2026? So you'll have very little oversight over the time of what it's doing in actuality.
That's what I said.
Unlike what the minister claimed you would be doing.
That's what I said at the
You have
beginning.
no oversight now, and then it's just going to be flipped to another Crown agency once you've got a hold of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Chair, the question is about the Canada Innovation Corporation and the plan that in 26-27 fiscal year that that corporation would be put in place. There has been a law passed to create the Crown Corporation. It's just not in effect. So it's a policy question of when that happens, and the government said it will do this in 2026-27.
Looks to me like the new SDTC is pretty much like the old SDTC because it's being governed by a group of acting people. It'll be given to you, and then it'll be flipped out to another group. So you're an agency in the middle to another government agency with no assurance that it's going to have transparency or that the 82%, the Auditor General reviewed 226 projects, 186 were conflicted. 186 were conflicted, 82%. Doesn't look like anything's changing to me. Just the name, perhaps where it resides.
So Mr. Chair, I don't have responsibility as a department. ISED and Finance Canada have responsibility for the Canada Innovation Corporation and of course the policy behind that with the ministers that they support. I think the question is really to look at that statute and see what similarities or differences there are between it and the foundation that is the subject of this committee's work and study. And obviously I think it was addressed in prior testimony here as well, is that, obviously there's questions of how to set that up and ensure that those sort of, I guess I'd say, initial conditions about governance are sound and proper, and I'd, of course, leave people to observe what they think about the Canada Innovation Corporation in that regard. I think there are differences, at least certainly one is that in the legislation there's a review committee established by the board of that Crown Corp. This isn't in place now, but is provided for, that is separate from the board members, so that
Thank you.
decisions would be taken by a review committee rather than the board itself. That was something put in the legislation at the time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Yip, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, witnesses, for coming today.
Okay, we should get Brock
I'd like
next.
to start off by saying, let's correct the record. The NRC has extensive experience in the innovation space, and IRAP is a flagship innovation program with over 75 years of experience. I believe that's what you said in your opening statement. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct. NRC IRAP has been operating for over 75 years and supports close to 10,000 companies with advice and provides close to 3,000 of those companies with financial assistance on an annual basis, depending on the year. But it's a very strong part of the innovation system and quite well known among entrepreneurs as being an important service for them when they're trying to set up their businesses and see them thrive.
Going through the audits, it seems the majority of the IRAP-funded small and medium-sized businesses are profitable as a result of this funding. Can you speak to this?
So, as part of the work that we do with the firms, as we do the assessments, we try to work with the entrepreneurs to help them establish the conditions not only to undertake the research and development work, but also to be able to commercialize and sell their products. Through that mechanism, and because of that, we do track the number of all the firms and their results, and on average, they are growing at 20% or 30% per year in revenue and increasing employment on 20% per year on average. And so, to answer your question directly, generally, they are profitable.
What types of firms are benefiting from this?
Liberal insiders.
Program?
Liberal insiders, that's
It's
it.
a very broad mandate. It works with any firm that is trying to commercialize innovation.
That is trying to steal taxpayer money.
We have firms that we support in agri-food, in mining, ICT, and just about every sector in the Canadian economy where innovation is being used to create commercial success. It includes also clean tech firms.
So you mentioned the benefit to the economy, and the net benefit of IRAP to the Canadian economy was calculated at $16 billion, 5.3 times higher than the costs of this program. I think that's a good return on investment. Can you elaborate on that?
So I believe the numbers that you're looking at are from the latest evaluation of the IRAP program that was released a couple of years ago. And in the process of evaluation, the costs of the program are compared against the economic benefits through a model that's called a cost-benefit model, and those are the results that were reported by the consultants.
Thank you. STDC's role is also known to support Canada's clean tech firms. Can you tell us what the mission statement is in terms of the clean tech firms?
For SDTC?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't quote their mission to you. Their key role is to work with firms that are bringing innovative clean tech technologies into the marketplace for the benefit of Canadians.
For the benefit of liberal insiders.
So how are you going to ensure that this mission of clean tech is back at the core of what STDC does?
Well, certainly, when the program transitions over, it will operate with the same mandate to deliver the benefits to Canadians by the deployment and commercialization of clean technologies across Canada and internationally. As we stand up the program inside of IRAP that will be maintained, with the additional construct that our current programming also supports clean tech firms, but at different stages than SDTC. And so we will be able to bring forward more companies into the SDTC programming suite for them to evaluate and to be able to select the best companies.
And thank you. Very quickly,
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yip. Very
It's
good.
okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the time did pass. Suivant encore, c'est Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Now, Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés.
Okay, and then we should get Brock. So they're going
Thank you,
block
Mr.
and
Chair.
then conservative, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Concerning the way in which the NRC manages the various projects that it has under its wing, what guidelines do you have pertaining to conflicts of interest? And what did you learn from the SDTC situation?
So, Mr. Chair, the NRC has a conflict of interest policy that applies to all of our employees. It was revised in 2021 in response to our own audit committee looking for improvements in the program and the way we administer it. Be happy to provide details on the policy to the committee if that would be of interest. And I would say there's a significant program across the entire organization to ensure everyone understands what they're obliged to do, they're trained on it, and that there's due follow-up under the policy.
Merci, Monsieur Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. There is the issue of conflict of interest, but there's also the eligibility of projects. So on an internal level or external audits, is the NRC taking measures to ensure that the projects that have access to this funding be truly eligible and that we don't find ourselves in another SDTC situation?
Thank you for the question. Mr. Chair, the situation around projects and whether they are eligible will rest with the Treasury Board terms and conditions that we receive with respect to SDTC and also for the IRAP programming. What we do is establish through our review process assurance that all projects that are brought forward do fit within those Treasury Board guidance.
Qui s'assure de ça?
And who manages this internally? Is there an internal audit team? Who really manages this? Because you have guidelines from the Treasury Board, but then they need to be followed. But we're seeing that these guidelines are not being followed. It's the case of SDTC, but also other Crown corporations.
Chair, I think the question is really answered, but there's two levels. Obviously, the staff that are involved in adjudicating the files and actually making the decisions work as a team, and they document their support to a file, and then it proceeds through the system. Then also we have follow-up work that's done to audit and undertake compliance reviews of the support we provide, ensure that it is consistent with the terms and conditions, and in very rare cases where we need to recover because of any reason that we've reviewed in the audit, we will do so. And of course, at the NRC, we also have an audit committee which can work with our internal audit function to ensure that the programs are being run in line with their terms and conditions. So there's really a multi-layer approach that's taken, but starts really with the working level and doing the job well and documenting what you do. And then there's various checks and balances and review and internal scrutiny that is undertaken to ensure that we've done that. And we make any necessary changes and improvements that we have to over time.
Thank you very much. Suivant, up next, it's Mr. Desjardins.
Oh, come on.
You have the floor for 2.5 minutes, please.
Give us Mr. Brock, man. God damn it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
How do we keep waiting on Brock?
And thank you to the witnesses for being present for this and answering our questions. I do want to return on the topic of the review process, or at least the new review process and the changes that are recommended largely by the Auditor General. What aspects of the review process, in addition to your internal auditing, will enhance the eligibility review of existing projects funded by SDTC?
So, Mr. Chair, as I was sharing in response to the previous question, Reviewing eligibility is really at the core of any of our examination of investments that will be made to provide funding to any business. So that will certainly apply in the case of programming that we offer for sustainable development technology purposes. It's something that staff have to do. They have to document it to make sure that it's well established. Yes.
Just if I can interrupt, specifically on the existing applications that were approved by the former board of SDTC, where there is outstanding funds, would they be subject to the former eligibility criteria to which they may have been successful under SDTC's guidelines before the suspension of funding, or would they fall under the new guidelines which may and potentially disqualify them?
So, Mr. Chair, I think, thank you for the clarification. I understand the question is, there's a process underway now between the department, ISED, and SDTC on the eligibility of the files that they have. The files that will ultimately be transferred over to NRC that would then carry on under our new terms and conditions. So there is work being done on eligibility, and it's not work that we're directly involved with. That's something that SDTC is doing, and then they're working with the department on it. And then we will establish terms and conditions. It'll be established, forgive me, by the Treasury Board for any ongoing role of NRC IRAP and funding clients on an ongoing basis. But that work is now being undertaken right now between the department and SDTC. It doesn't involve NRC in any direct way.
Mr. Davies, do you believe that there's clear leadership in the transfer of this file? That was one of the concerns that was highlighted by the Auditor General, was that we had members, including the Deputy Minister and the board itself, unsure as their roles of their own roles and responsibilities. The way you're describing this, I get some concern that this could be a potential issue that is unresolved. Do you feel that there's the terms to which you've been asked to fulfill as the transfer of this work continues is clear? And is SDTC, or how much does SDTC's current voluntary board have much to do with the existing terms and conditions that you'll be subjected to?
So, Mr. Chair, I mean, from our point of view, the process is clear, and we're working actively with SDTC on the transition, and SDTC is working with the department on the contribution agreement that's currently in place between the department and SCTC. So we keep these things clear for a reason, because there's different parties involved, and we're obviously not involved between the department and SCTC, but equally we're very much engaged with SCTC on the planning of the transfer, because we have to make sure we hit our milestones and do this in a seamless fashion. There's a lot of work involved. I wouldn't underestimate that, and of course other witnesses have spoken about the work that's being undertaken as we speak on that.
Thank you very much. That is the time. You will have one last opportunity in the next round, Mr. Desjardins. Mr. Brock, back to you for 5 minutes, please.
I want to return to Minister Champagne's announcement to Canadians in June of this year, giving the impression that the NRC would provide that oversight sooner than later. But what we learn now is NRC is not going to provide any oversight until the end of Q4, March 31st of 2025. In the interim, it's literally the same old SDTC, just under perhaps
a different umbrella,
a different chair, and 3 different directors. Same employees, nothing has changed. Funding has started. TAP started to run again in June. So it begs the question, type of oversight that is being exemplified by this government. According to the press release, he indicates that his department, ISED, will enhance oversight and monitoring of funding during the transition period. So, how often is Minister Champagne involved in discussions with the NRC, giving them updates about his observations and supervision of funding? How often are you meeting with him?
Mr. Chair, the NRC, myself, and our employees are not meeting directly with the minister on the topic. We would work with the Department of ISED, and of course we've mentioned also that we're working with SCTC interim board and employees.
Sorry, you as the president are not communicating directly with the minister?
On this topic, actively involved on the transition. We're working with all the officials and the individuals that have the
question is, are you
job.
talking to the minister?
I haven't spoken to the minister on the file.
Is the minister talking to anyone else at the NRC, to your knowledge?
Mr. Chair, I wouldn't be aware of any contact directly from the minister to other members of my team in terms of this file. No, certainly not.
So you can't even tell Canadians at this point what it means when he says his department will be enhancing oversight and monitoring of funding during the transition period. You can't speak to that because you're not speaking to the minister.
So, Mr. Chair, the Deputy Minister of the Department has appeared here and spoke to what measures they're undertaking.
It's not my question.
It's for the department to give an account.
Sir, it's my time. Sir, it's my time. Thank you. You are not able to educate Canadians as to what the minister meant by saying he's going to provide enhanced oversight and monitoring of funding. You're not speaking with him, so you don't know what he means by that, do you?
Mr. Chair, as far as what we'll do to run this program when it's transferred to us, I've spoken to that in my testimony.
That's not my question. Simply say yes or no. You don't know what that means. During this transition period, you're not communicating with the minister. You don't know what enhanced monitoring means, do you?
Mr. Chair, the responsibility for the files that SDTC has now rests with the foundation. It has a new board.
Not you. So you can't answer that question.
Well, Mr. Chair,
okay.
the board
he also talked about a reinforced contribution agreement with ISED. We know that the existing contribution agreements were extremely violated to the tune of $390 million going to companies that were simply ineligible or were conflicted. So what is the reinforced contribution agreement?
Mr. Chair, just that would be a question to be addressed to ISED.
Right.
Who has responsibility for the contribution agreement, not with us.
Right. So Canadians are no more the wiser after hearing this testimony today as to what changes Minister Champagne has introduced for over the next 10 months until SDTC comes under your review and ambit at the end of Q4. I guess we're supposed to say, listen to the government. We'll just trust the government that they're going to do best. They're going to learn from their mistakes, and they're going to ensure that they're going to be proper economic stewards of our taxpayer funds. It's a just trust me type of response.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're not in communication with him. Canadians are no longer confident as to how he's complying with reviewing everything that's being funded in the green tech energy sector. We have no idea, do we?
Mr. Chair, I believe at the time this was raised, not sure exactly the date, but funding was suspended. And then a new board has been put in place, and that changes everything at the foundation about who directs
the other question that Canadians have in mind is how are we going to recover that $393 million that was improperly transferred? What do you say to Canadians? What is the process that the government has shared with you as to how we're going to recoup that money?
Mr. Chair, the question of recovery was discussed in a previous testimony. I believe questions were asked of the Deputy Minister.
He doesn't want you to
witnesses
reiterate
that have been here. Those questions are best asked to the department.
To your knowledge, has it started? Has the recovery process started?
Mr. Chair, the NRC isn't involved with the current files of SDTC. I'm not in no position to answer the member's question. Sorry.
Well, presumably you're going to be answering these questions at the end of Q4. So you're not talking about it now as to what steps the government is taking to recover taxpayer funds?
So, Mr. Chair, what we anticipate is the files that will be transferred to us will be ones that are in good standing that we can carry forward and continue to administer the agreements that are transferred to us and the relationship with those clients. That's how the process has been structured. So questions as to recovery and so on would be, of course, best addressed to other parties.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weiler, you have the floor again for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I really appreciate the answers that our witnesses are giving today. But I do want to pick up on the line of questioning that my colleague, Ms. Bradford, had on the HR violations at SDTC. Can you speak to any strategies that you have in place to investigate and resolve the allegations of HR violations within SDTC going forward?
Mr. Chair, I don't think it will be the place for the NRC to investigate violations related to a prior employer. Obviously, our jurisdiction will be with our employees, the people that join the NRC, and then how we work with them to have a good workplace where they feel that they can do their job, do it best, and uphold public trust that's placed in us. But the NRC has no role in terms of investigative activities involving with SDTC, the foundation, and I think those are questions that have been looked at under prior processes that have been discussed here and so on. But I'm not in a position directly to speak to that work.
Okay, within NRC and IRAP, and within your employees, how are whistleblowers protected?
So, Mr. Chair, there's a number of levels, of course, that are important. Certainly, individuals who might feel there could be reprisals or actions taken if they raised concerns. So, as I'd mentioned, we have a process where employees can disclose concerns. They come to our most senior ethics officer. They're reviewed, investigated as one would expect, establishing the facts, and then coming up with resolution for those issues in the case that it's warranted. And that process also protects those employees from any recusal or any, I should say, any actions to be taken because they've raised questions or concerns. And then there's obviously an act of Parliament, a law that provides them that protection as well that applies to all of our employees, and they can go to the parliamentary officer to raise concerns if they wish to have those things investigated, if they so choose.
Thank you. Changing gears a little bit, with regard to both IRAP and STDC, I'm wondering if you could speak to how both programs may interact and complement each other in terms of their impacts in the innovation supply chain, because it does seem to me that there is that level of complementarity.
Chair, I think if you look at the funding that NRC IRAP provides compared to the funding that SDTC has provided, essentially there is a sort of a continuum of support where NRC IRAP would work at an earlier stage and provide a smaller amount of funding at an earlier stage of a company, and then SDTC is providing more funding and obviously working at a subsequent point of the business's evolution. It's not a perfect continuum or linear in any way, and then there would be cases where clients were clients of IRAP are also clients of SDTC. So I think as far as the questions goes, we can certainly see how we can provide a continuum of support within the programming that we'll be offering to clean tech innovators from the earliest stage to later stages in their development and growth.
So when both are merged under the Canadian Innovation Corporation, how do you see this framework supporting innovation and growth in the Canadian economy more writ large?
So, Mr. Chair, of course, the Canada Innovation Corporation and the question of how it would work is something that was subject of a blueprint that was issued by the government some time ago to explain its goals and its objectives, obviously to provide a continuum of support to innovators and entrepreneurs. And it would, by virtue of that blueprint, provide support from the earlier stage to later stages where more significant funding might be involved in terms of particular technologies, particular risks, things that are hard to get up off the ground, and where public support will be warranted. And the purposes of the company, or the corporation, the Crown Corporation in that case, will be able to provide a continuum of support to those innovators and entrepreneurs. So in some ways, the bringing in of SDTC into NRC IRAP is sort of a first stage of that kind of system where we start at the early stage, get a relationship with a company, provide support through regular IRAP, but also be able to work with them later on as they grow, and the challenges are increased in terms of scaling those firms up so that they become sustainable businesses.
Thank you. If you have a short one, go ahead.
I'll just end it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to begin our fourth and final round, going back to Mr. Genuis, who is no longer on his porch, now appears to be in the House of Commons. Over to you, Garnet, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. The sun was in my eyes. It's very clear that this is the same old SDTC, despite claims about changes. This NDP Liberal government's corrupt green slush fund, loaded with conflict of interest. It hasn't changed because it's still being administered by a board using exactly the same model. And the NRC can't answer questions about basic conflict of interest issues that are ongoing. Now, the constant theme that we have at this committee on various issues here, public accounts, is that when things go wrong, the ministers apparently have nothing to do with it. They always want to describe themselves, and Liberal members want to describe ministers as mere passengers on the ship of state. I'm sorry to see that likely at the industry file, we have yet another Liberal minister that seems to be more focused on leadership campaign preparations than on governing. I want to ask specifically, Minister Champagne has said, as Mr. Brock talked about, that there would be enhanced monitoring during the interim period and changes to contribution agreements. When the minister said that, was he telling the truth?
Mr. Chair, I think the previous testimony taken here about the interim period and the monitoring, the review of the files, the AG's observations and those being accepted by the department and SDTC are important. They're there on the record to establish how things will proceed.
Just answer the question. I mean, was the minister, who you report to as well ultimately, was that minister telling the truth when he said they were putting in place changes to contribution agreements and enhanced monitoring? Was Minister Champagne telling the truth? Yes or no?
So, Mr. Chair, the minister's actions are there on the record in terms of suspension of funding, putting in place a new interim board and a process to review the recommendations that have been made, particularly the Auditor General's report, and take appropriate action on that, and then subsequently to have it transferred to us.
I'll stop you there. I mean, I asked you the question twice, and you can't tell me clearly that the minister that you report to was telling the truth, which suggests he wasn't. And hopefully we'll have him before this committee so that he can give an answer directly to that, because he made some claims about changes at SDTC that just don't seem to have actually been made at all. Now, I want to ask about bonuses. Have bonuses been paid to executives, directors, managers that have been working on this green slush fund? Are people that are working on this receiving bonuses?
That's a great question.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm not in a position to address bonuses of SDTC or its employees. I think those questions have to be addressed to the organization itself to provide an answer for the members.
Okay, but so you're supposed to be taking over administration of it. So should those bonuses be paid? Will you recommend that they not be paid? What's your position on that going forward?
So, Mr. Chair, I think the employment of SDTC employees is subject to their arrangements with the foundation. At the point in time they become NRC employees, then it'll fall under our regime for compensation, and that's a completely separate employer, and obviously we'll count for what we're doing with those employees once they join our organization.
Should they receive bonuses, though?
Mr. Chair, I have no views to share with the committee in terms of the work of SDTC employees and bonuses. That's something you should address to the organization itself.
Okay, I mean, with you taking it over, I would have hoped for a little more on that. But final line of questioning here: would ministers or Liberal political staffers be able to invest in companies that benefit from this green slush fund? Would any have investments? Would any be able to receive those investments?
So, Mr. Chair, without speculating, I think the question is really any of these people that have been mentioned in the question is what conflict of interest procedures apply to their own roles, and I think you'd have to address that to those individuals and in the circumstances. Certainly nothing I can give an account to.
Sorry to jump in, but NRC is going to be responsible for giving out this money. So what conflict of interest procedures would apply to dispensing those funds?
Mr. Chair, as I said, the conflict of interest policy of the National Research Council will apply to any program that comes under our care. And certainly in this case, it will apply to the Sustainable Development Technology Programming funding that we will have care of once we've had it transferred.
Have rules that would prevent this kind of conflict of interest, that would prevent political staffers, ministers who own companies from having those companies benefit? Do your rules prevent that? I think it's a simple, clear question, and I'm not getting an answer. Can you give a clear answer? Would your existing policies allow staffers, ministers to benefit? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, the conflict of interest policy, the NRC, and our administration of funds is taken place by professionals. They'll direct funds where there's eligibility and benefits for Canadians, and with the application of our conflict of interest policy to their activities. And we take those decisions within the National Research Council.
Thank you, Mr. Genuis. That is...
Chair, I'd like to raise a point of order.
I'll hear a point of order. Yes, Mr. Genuis.
Thank you, Chair. I think I pretty clearly and repeatedly asked the question that the witness pretty clearly refused to answer despite multiple attempts. I'd like to ask you to put the question to the witness and ask him to inform him of his obligations as a witness. I didn't ask if they had a conflict of interest policy. I asked what the policy is, and witnesses have an obligation to answer clear questions, especially when repeatedly asked over and over again in a clear form.
Thank you, Mr. Genuis. I have a point of order as well from Ms. Khalid.
No, on that same point of order, Chair, I don't think that is a point of order at all, and I don't think that we can force an answer from witnesses.
Yes, you can.
Well, I do have that ability. Having said that, I am. Mr. Davies is here. He's answering questions. We might not like the answers. I think his non-answers speak for themselves. You will have one other round, the official opposition. You're welcome to press it again. I am going to move on. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
No, not Ms. Khalid.
Thanks very much, Chair.
No.
And I would like to talk more reasonably than the previous round. So the Canadian Council of Innovators sees the Canada Innovation Corporation as a fundamental shift in approach in supporting innovation and growth, given its focus on commercialization and protecting Canadian IP from leaving our shores. How fundamental is this, in your view, to supporting growth in our country, especially at a time where business investment is low and we're dealing with challenges with respect to productivity?
Mr. Chair, obviously it's critical when we speak about Canadian benefits in the programs that we're talking about administering. It really is in regards to seeing those businesses be able to grow, be able to create IP, be able to see the returns and the benefits of that captured here in Canada for benefits of Canadians and Canadian workers. All that's very critical, and I think seeing those kinds of investments, which are risky, undertaken and supported, and seeing things grow here in Canada is really the ultimate goal of these programs, and it's obviously a critical long-term objective for the economy, and really important because that's what establishes the life that we all here enjoy in Canada, and establishes kind of productivity performance that we need to have as a country. And many of these initiatives are all aimed at that, including, as was mentioned, the Canada Innovation Corporation. Yes.
Thanks for that. And what would be the impacts on business without programs like SDTC and IRAP, given that business investment is low? What state would innovation be in our country without government supports like this?
So, Mr. Chair, it's long been looked at as far as the support that's provided from public and different types of programming, whether it's through tax incentives or direct supports, that these are critical, particularly at the early stage of technology development and innovation. This is a place where the risks often outweigh the potential returns, or even the ability to assess those returns. And these programs, I think, are there to ensure that that activity takes place, because if it didn't happen, then we would all be worse off. Each country has an approach to this. Canada has a system of various programs and tax supports and so on, which are all there aimed to help support financing of activities that are obviously going to support growth for the long term, including NRC, IRAP, and of course the SCTC program for its life. And so obviously keeping that programming available to the sector and to the innovators and entrepreneurs is the objective of the current exercise that we're involved in to bring this transition to a conclusion on a timely basis.
To liberal insiders,
you mean? Thank you for that. And I couldn't agree with you more. We need to support these industries in order for Canada to have a say in the world stage. I think it is very important for us to develop and continue to improve these programs to make sure that that our industries are improving and that the Canadian economy is growing, because it matters right down to each individual Canadian. Now,
that liberal insiders
the Conservatives are quite hell bent on undermining program innovators, startups, and small businesses. That really help and support this country. Now, if the Conservatives can so easily go against business interests, their key constituency, why would Canadians ever trust them? And they're so hell-bent on destroying public trust of our public sector. It is, I think, very shameful that they're going to these lengths of really undermining what our public sector stands for, the work that the public sector does to ensure that industry thrives and continues to grow in Canada. That's all the questions I have, Chair.
I think that was more of a statement then, would you say? Yeah, okay, I didn't think you were looking for an answer, and I don't think the witness did as well. Okay, thank you very much. Encore une fois, c'est Madame Sinclair.
Once again, Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés for 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Davies, you seem very confident in your responses on the topic of public servants' work with the NRC and their ability to manage the assessment of eligibility in different projects, but we know that SDTC, on the contrary, was misguided in their assessment of 10 projects' eligibility. There were conflict of interest problems. There were projects that were funded during the pandemic, despite the fact that they were ineligible. So,
yeah, $393 million.
Have the employees of SDTC not been working properly? Is that the problem?
Important for me to, consider fairly the employees that work at SDTC. They've been in a challenging circumstance. Obviously, there's been information brought to public's attention, processes that were undertaken to review human resources management at SCTC. I'll leave that to stand. We're not involved in that directly. I think we also want to provide an opportunity for those employees to join NRC IRAP and bring their talent and capabilities.
C'est exactement là où je m'en allais.
And that's actually the direction I was headed in, despite the fact, and once again, this goes with what you said earlier, staff needs to do their work well when approving a project. So if the project is approved despite the fact that it was ineligible, then there is an issue. So what is the issue? Are they not competent? Is it something else? So what are you going to do with all these employees that are going to come work for the NRC? Repeating what you said, if staff is doing their job properly, then an eligible project will not find itself funded.
That, in any given person's case of their own employment, that there's a due process. I think that's quite fundamental. And I think as a matter of the SCTC employees as a whole, we have been asked and will make offers to employees that can join our organization in good standing.
Donc, j'en comprends que beaucoup d'employés.
So what I'm understanding is that many SDTC employees will not receive an employment offer from NRC.
Mr. Chair, our job is to try to provide continuity of programming to take into the NRC the employees that can deliver it, and we've been asked to ensure that there's a continuity, and we certainly will ensure that that's done. And then employees that join us will have to meet our terms and conditions.
Mais vous n'avez pas répondu.
But you didn't answer the question. Will you take all the employees, part of them, maybe half? Will you take just a handful? How many SDTC employees will you be taking on? I know continuity is great, but we're looking for numbers here.
Overall population employees, numbers between 60 and 70, from what I understand. And we'll make employment offers to those that have an interest, and at the end we'll find how many employees decide to join our team. But we'll certainly be making offers to SDTC employees, as has been obviously shared with them. It's very important in the continuity of this work. They're now working away on the transition. We also need those employees and their information, their knowledge, and their awareness of the sustainable technology goals in the program that we'll offer in the future. And it's important that we don't start off without having the kind of people that know how to adjudicate the files. And obviously, they'll come under our employment terms and conditions. And obviously, they'll have to meet those terms and conditions before they're employed by the NRC, including the application of our conflict of interest policy, which will be established and reviewed with everyone day one.
Et voilà. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Desjardins, this is your last 2.5-minute round. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I again want to thank the witnesses for your testimony today and assisting us in our study related to SDTC and the very serious situation of conflict of interest, issues of mismanagement, issues of people on the board and even members of the ministry not knowing for certain the leadership that was required to ensure the successful delivery of what should have been a very successful program that would have assisted small and medium-sized businesses across Canada, would have assisted Canadian innovation, would have ensured that more jobs in Canada could have been created through this fund. But unfortunately, because of this mismanagement, it's clear to me, and I think clear to Canadians, that there's serious change that needs to be required while delivering
a
like
does he have on his jacket? What the hell
We
is
heard
that?
today that, of course, one of my biggest concerns, or the concerns I often hear from my constituents, is related to the recovery of funds, how funds will be recovered from ineligible projects. Mr. Davies, you did mention to me that there is an ongoing conversation. What is your role in that conversation? And what responsibility do you have in relation to that very important mandate that even the Auditor General cites as credible and important, particularly in my view, to building or rebuilding public trust?
And getting the $400 million
Mr. Chair,
back.
the question is on the question of recovery. I think.
Recovery of funds of ineligible recipients.
So our role at this point is that we're not involved in the recovery process or evaluating that. It was, I believe, a topic that was discussed here previously. So I think the questions on that would be best addressed to the department or an SDTC or perhaps both to be able to.
So do you feel you have no role or responsibility in the recovery of these funds, even in the instance where some projects that are currently eligible haven't received funds because of the freezing of the fund that could be eligible under your new program? Wouldn't you say that you have some level of responsibility, or at least should advise SDTC as to the transfer of during the transfer of the program of the process that should be undertaken for the recovery of funds?
So, Mr. Chair, I think without having a final answer as to the structure of the transition, the structure of the transfer of the files, I'm not in a position to say exactly what may or may not apply to any given file.
I understand.
And whether
Mr.
there's an
Davies,
ongoing
my
obligation.
last comment would be, would you be willing to supply this committee, once you do have that information that you're seeking, that would better clarify for us and our committee and our study on behalf of Canadians, the process that will be undertaken for the recovery of funds, particularly as it relates to your role as the receiver of this new program and the terms and conditions that may be required or adhered to that would ensure the recovery of taxpayer dollar for ineligible funds. Would you commit to that today?
So, Mr. Chair, to the extent that we have a specific role in respect of recovery, we'd certainly share that with the committee or Canadians generally. And what I won't do is speculate exactly as to how those files will be addressed in the current process that's undergoing review between SDTC and the department. So, but I certainly can say going forward, if we have a role in recovery, then obviously we'll be very transparent about what it is.
Yes, please do. I'm very encouraged by that statement and hope that you could play a role in the recovery on behalf of Canadians.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that back and forth. Mr. Perkins, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So along the same lines, the Auditor General, as you know, tabled with this committee further to her audit that $390 million of taxpayer money has been either voted on in a conflict of interest and include $58 million that was given outside of the limits of the contribution agreements or parameters of it. You're going to receive this pile of stuff within 4 to 6 months. And I have no confidence that the Liberal Minister of Industry or his department who screwed all this up will get that $390 million back. Will you commit that if they have not gotten it back, you will follow the Auditor General's report and the comments of the Deputy Minister that this money needs to be recovered and go after that money?
Mr. Chair, I think the question of recovery and the question of how that will be addressed is being established in the transition process. What I assume is that the files we receive will be in good standing. There'll be files that have standing under the contribution agreement that are eligible, and that we can carry on our work to provide any ongoing funding that might be well required for those files or to work with those clients. That's the assumption I make.
What does good standing mean? That the money's been recovered and you don't have to do any of the work? Because NRC had a scandal in the Chrétien government where employees were taking kickbacks on grants, and NRC had to get that money back. So you do have experience, or the NRC does have experience of trying to recover inappropriate money. More experience than, unfortunately, than the department does. So will you commit that you will get it? Because good standing doesn't mean anything to me.
Mr. Chair, good standing, as I'm defining it, is that they would be eligible, files that are eligible under the program. Obviously, I can say that to the extent that we have a legal role to recover any funds due to the Crown, then, obviously that's something we would follow up on because it would be, within our authority to do so. As we do now, if we ever have funds that are owing as a consequence of programs that we already run. So that's the framework that will
you ensure that the employees, you talked about employee offers, the employees that were involved in putting this forward, including the current acting president who fast-tracked the Visharian Center proposal through SDTC and were involved in this Liberal cover-up corruption, and the Liberals are trying to cover it up, are not offered new positions since they were involved in helping this happen already, as well as any of those corrupt directors that are there.
Mr. Chair, our approach with SDC employees is that we'll be working with the vast majority of employees to provide offers, and the senior executives, the interim board are working with the senior executives on their employment as it is now, and you could address those questions to the interim board as to their relationship with the most senior employees in SDTC.
And will you make any IRAP advisory board member resign who is currently involved with SDTC in order to ensure we don't have the same level of corruption happen under your leadership that's happened under the Liberal leadership of Minister Champagne, that does not continue?
Good question.
Mr. Chair, as I believe my colleague had mentioned, our current IRAP advisory board, to our knowledge, doesn't have anyone that's involved in this topic or circumstances.
I asked if they do, will you make sure they're off the board?
Mr. Chair, we want all of our advisory committee members to be people that, obviously are there and serve in the public trust and maintain the confidence on
Means not double dipping like 9 directors the Auditor General identified. Mr. Chair, with that, because of this testimony received earlier, I'd like to move the following motion. And we've given it to the clerk if the clerk wants to distribute it.
Why don't you read it first, then Mr. Perkins will just double check that it is in fact the same before sending it around.
That as part of the committee's ongoing study of Sustainable Development and Technology Canada, SDTC, the committee agrees to A, extend its current study of the Auditor General report by inviting the following additional witnesses. These are in addition to the study that we have ongoing now in the list of outstanding witnesses. So the new additional witnesses, given the testimony, John Newbley, the former Deputy Minister of ISED, where a lot of this happened, Casey Doyle, Acting Board Member of SDTC, Martha Morgan, Acting Board Member of SDTC, Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, I'll explain why him in a few minutes, André-Lise Mateau, founder of Cycle Capital and a former member of SDTC Board, Stephen Kakucha, former board member of SDTC, Guillaume Met, former board member of SDTC, and Annette Visharian, former chair of SDTC. And that B, the committee report to the House that it asks the Auditor General to undertake a value for money and performance audit on the work done by SDTC since January 1st, 2017.
Just hold there. I'm going to suspend just for a second. I'm going to first endeavor to get this out to all members, so just hold on a second.
All right. They're just distributing the motion there. I actually like that motion. I like that when the Conservatives come with motions that they have them pre-ready. Like he probably had about 2 motions ready, and it was based on the testimonies that he heard today on which motion he was going to go through with, which is just really smart. They already have it written up. They already have it ready to hand to the clerk. No Liberals come that prepared. They usually just try to filibuster or try to end the committee meeting so that way at the next committee meeting they have their motions ready. They don't usually come pre-prepared with motions.
So I'm going to allow Mr. Perkins to just wrap up his comments briefly. I have an agreement, or pardon me, I have a request to then have the last questioner or the last member ask the witnesses questions. It will take 5 minutes. And if there's agreement, I'll do that. Now, that does circumvent the normal procedure, which is to turn to motions right away. I will remind people that this opens up the opportunity to end the meeting, but I remind people that I will bring us back to deal with this matter immediately if that happens. So on good faith, I think we're going to do that. I have been not scheduling meetings next week during caucus, but if there is funny business on this and this agreement is upended for any reason, then I will use the powers I have to return to this forthwith. So, Mr. Perkins, you have the floor briefly, then I will turn to Ms. Bradford to ask her last round of questions. Then I'll excuse the witnesses and we'll turn to this motion. Mr. Perkins, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So briefly, we have an existing motion with continuing studies that I know there are a number of witnesses that the clerk has been trying to get before the committee, but in light of the testimony today and some of the earlier testimony, perhaps, Mr. Chair, I could briefly explain why the addition of these folks. John Newbley, the former deputy minister, he was there. As most know, Simon Kennedy, I think, has been the deputy minister there for only about a year, but most of what has happened under SDTC's term, including the appointment of some of these directors that were brought out in the Auditor General's report, was under Mr. Newbley's tenure as deputy, and he was involved very much in the discussions of what was called managed conflicts between the former president of SDTC, Leah Lawrence, and the government in seeking out a chair replacement. I think we've had a lot of testimony today already about the clarification that the witnesses have given us about their current role and responsibility versus that of the acting board that the minister appointed. Our current existing study motion has the current acting chair of that on the list, but it did not have either Casey Doyle or Martha Morgan, who are the other two that the minister appointed, so I believe they should also appear. Stephen Guilbeault, the Minister of Environment, in his public disclosure, continues to hold shares in one of the largest recipients of funds from the Liberal Green Slush Fund. Cycle Capital's received over $200 million, and Stephen Guilbeault not only worked there before being elected, but was still owns shares in his public disclosure and is benefiting from the investment by SDTC in Cycle Capital's businesses. Andre-Lise Mateau was his boss at Cycle Capital and is the founder there. And again, she has received, as I said, her company, since its inception, over $200 million of Green Slush Fund money. Stephen Kukucha and Guy Oumet, both were directors of SDTC, who also had conflict of interest pointed out by the Auditor General in terms of funds that went to companies they had interests in. In fact, the Ethics Commissioner report mentions Guillemette but doesn't actually proclaim anything about him, even though it's clear from the evidence that he voted in favor of $4 million for his own company. And Annette Vicherin, who we all know is the chair of SDTC, who was appointed and knowing that she had been doing business with SDTC, and that set a culture of conflict. And that culture of conflict, as we know, is 196 of a little over 226 projects the Auditor General looked at were actually projects that had some sort of conflict of interest declaration, and therefore set the tone when she joined about the issue of it being okay to just leave the room when 82% of the transactions being approved by the board are to conflicts. That is clearly goes way beyond just bad legal advice. And on B, because the Auditor General only did a selection of the projects and did not look at the full $800 million that was given out in that audit period of the $832 million that was given out of the $2.1 billion that the Green Slush Fund has given out since its inception. We are asking that the Auditor General do a full audit of everything, because we believe we've only scratched the surface with his random sampling of projects.
Thank you. As I said, there was some discussions that we proceed to Ms. Bradford, just to the last member on the docket to ask questions for 5 minutes. Do I have agreement from, because generally we go right to the motion, but there was some back and forth. Do I have agreement to turn the floor to Ms. Bradford for 5 minutes, then we'll go back to Mr. Perkins' motion? Yes. I'm seeing yeses. Okay. Ms. Bradford, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ISED published a report in October 2023 with suggestions and an action plan that SDTC had to implement by December 2023. Has this action plan been implemented, and are there any updates?
Question is obviously responsibility of ISED and follow-up, and so I know there has been a discussion at the committee with the Deputy Minister of the Department, and obviously it's for ISED to provide an accounting to the committee as to its actions and follow-up on that action plan that was shared with the public. The NRC is obviously working in collaboration with ISED and with SDTC on the transition process that we've described today, and to ensure that it's done on a timely basis and that we can provide some stability for the stakeholders that work with SDTC, and obviously for the employees as well involved.
The government announced this major programming transition back in June. Are the timelines you're currently working with usual practice for this type of transition?
Mr. Chair, as I said in my opening comments, we're endeavoring to get this work done within a year. There's a lot to do, and for all the reasons that are clear in the conversation that's taken place today, to look at the files and be able to prepare them to transfer to us, and then for us to prepare the systems and obviously our offer to employees to carry on the programming. And we're hoping to do this hopefully earlier than that year, but obviously we're endeavoring to meet that commitment to Canadians, and it's what's expected of us to get this transition underway and carry it out as fast as we possibly can.
So given that it's no longer an arm's-length organization, can you speak to how exactly SDTC is now subject to the FAA, as is customary for all government agencies, and what are the implications of this?
So, Mr. Chair, to be helpful, but you'd probably best ask this of SDTC or ISED to have a specific answer. But I think because of the SDTC being established under its own legislation, set up as a foundation, I'm not certain whether the Financial Administration Act directly applies to SDTC and its activities, but that would be something that probably is best addressed to experts in the department that could talk about that. I certainly know the Financial Administration Act does apply to the National Research Council.
And how are you going to ensure that the mission of clean tech is back at the core of what SDTC does and the potential it has to do good for Canada's clean tech firms and industry who need its support?
So, Mr. Chair, I'd say first the strategic plan of the National Research Council has among its priorities climate and sustainability, and in fact it has a lot to do with research work we do and also support for innovation that is provided through NRC IRAP. Further, the programming that we'll be able to provide for sustainable technology will move to the NRC IRAP organization and with the appropriate staff that can make sure that we deliver that, taking into account the economic goals and objectives of the program, but also the sustainability objectives that are now and have been reviewed by SDTC in its consideration of files, and we'll obviously bring those employees and expertise over to NRC IRAP to continue that work.
Okay, thank you. Well, I know that many of the small and medium businesses would not be able to survive without these funds and incur the capital outlay to transition to green tech. So hopefully you'll be able to ensure that that continues. I have no further questions. I want to thank you very much for attending today and answering all these multiple questions so fully. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. In a moment, I'm just going to suspend for a few minutes. In the meantime, I will thank the witnesses for coming in today, for answering our questions to the best of your ability. I know there was some request for information. If you could send that through to the clerk. When I know some of them were, there was a timeline on one that Mr. Desjardins requested. We will look for that information when it is available, please. And you're excused. Thank you very much. We will return in about 5 minutes to pick up Mr. Perkins' motion. I'll give him the floor first. All right, we'll make it 10. Now that we have you here, all right, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay, where is Mr. Brock? There
The
we go.
action companies in an ethical manner. One of the most.
With the town hall to welcome them. Do I have any information on that? No.
And in terms of making sure that whistle
health and safety, whether it's the way we're administering things, we have a.
All right, while they're on break, we're just going to watch
those
MP
internally.
Brock again.
Also, public servants can avail themselves of the Act, which has been established. Obviously, we'll be offering them.
Feat to accomplish, but and
Here we
Mr.
go.
Lisk for your attendance today. I listened very carefully, Mr. Davies, to your opening statement, and the hallmark from my perspective is the desire to restore public confidence and trust. It's no small wonder, it's going to be a large feat to accomplish, but it's no small wonder you state that, because after 9 years of Justin Trudeau and his government, one of the most ethically challenged and corrupt governments this country has ever seen, millions of Canadians are skeptical when they hear senior civil servants uttering words that trust us. We're going to restore confidence in the program. We're going to restore the oversight that should have been there in the first place. This arm's length corporation, SDTC, was responsible for essentially doling out free money to the tune of almost $393 million to companies that were conflicted. It's no small wonder that the Assistant Deputy Minister of ISED uttered the phrase, "It was free money." This is almost a sponsorship scandal level kind of giveaway. Public confidence is shattered with the ability of this government to distribute taxpayer monies in a prudent and ethical manner. So if I understand you correctly, the current SDTC organization is under the umbrella of NRC, correct?
Mr. Chair, it is not.
It is not?
No.
They are with IRAP?
Mr. Chair, the SDTC still exists as a foundation. It has an interim board. Its employees are still employees of the foundation.
Right.
They're not part of the NRC.
Okay. So who's supervising, who's providing that daily supervision and monitoring of granting monies to these startup green companies? Who is doing that?
Mr. Chair, I believe Paul Booth was here on a previous testimony. He's one of the interim board members, I believe the chair. So the interim board is supervising as the board of SCTC the activities.
So we have one chair and we have two directors doing all the supervision.
So
is that correct?
As I understand, sir, Mr. Chair, there are 3 interim board members and then the management of SCTC.
Okay.
That run the organization at this time.
All right. So they are providing the oversight on behalf of the federal government. Is that correct?
And Mr. Chair, there's also, as I understand it, there's a contribution agreement.
I understand that.
Between the department
so
and the
NRC is not providing any oversight.
Once we have taken on responsibility for the program.
At the moment, NRC is not providing oversight, correct?
Mr. Chair, I would say that's accurate, yes.
And IRAP is not providing oversight.
We'll be involved once the transition's taken place.
Okay. Well, according to the minister in his statement on June 4th, 2024, he talks about essentially the NRC providing a level of oversight. The actions were rooted in our commitment to transparency, accountability, upholding the highest standards of integrity, says the minister. As Government of Canada organization, the NRC is subject to rigorous and stringent oversight of its personnel and finances. This structure will help rebuild public trust while increasing accountability, transparency, and integrity. So he's actually misled Canadians in believing that you're providing that extra layer of transparency and accountability, which is the furthest from the truth. That's not happening right now. You're going to move towards that in 2026, but money is being channeled right now by one board chair and 3 board members and the current SDTC organization, because no one was fired. The existing board of SDTC either resigned in shame or resigned after public pressure. The current board chair found guilty of 2 ethical violations by the ethics commissioner. All of the directors resigned in shame. So what confidence can Canadians have moving forward that between now and 2024 and 2026, when the new corporation takes over, that there's any accountability, any transparency? How are Canadians supposed to feel confidence, sir, after hearing my exchange with you right now? What confidence can you give them?
So, Mr. Chair, just a clarification that the transfer that will be undertaken will be done within this year. And we would hope if we can do that earlier, we will do so. The second is prior testimony has been given here from the department and SCTC, the interim board member who was here, that spoke about the process they're undertaking, and they've accepted the Auditor General's findings, and actually they're reviewing all the files with that in mind. And that interim board was put in place, I think, obviously because of the importance of public trust and the need to establish leadership at SDTC right now to do that work, and to do that work before it's transferred to the NRC in the coming year. So certainly also that transfer will take place hopefully in the 4th quarter of this fiscal year, and we're endeavoring to make that happen. But in the interim, obviously, the testimony that's been provided here before by the department and the interim board has talked about them accepting those recommendations and taking that fully into account in the review they're doing right now.
Thank you.
So I'll leave them to speak to
Thank
how
you
they're operating.
Very much. Putting out to Ms. Khalid, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Oh, God, no. We're going to skip
Versus
that.
at the national.
So let's go back to Brock number 2. Brock second round.
Appropriate action on that.
One was in my eyes. It's very
Given exactement là où je
Where was Brock's second round?
Conflict of interest.
That comment to the
I forget who he spoke.
First endeavor to get this out to all members.
Who he spoke after.
that going forward.
Provides.
I think he spoke before Garnet.
I'll just send it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
We'll proceed.
Just answer the
I said, and
Lines do have.
Does anybody remember his second round when he spoke? I forget when Brock spoke again.
it's just not in effect.
detail on every.
At the time this was raised.
Let's check to see if they're still on break. Yeah, they're still on break. So where was Brock's second round? Sorry, let me try and find this. I can't remember when he spoke the second time, because it was way better the second time. Perkins and then Brake. It was somewhere before or after Garnet. There he is.
So,
An agreement that's currently in
NRC.
Response
from our.
That is the time.
Okay.
You will have one last opportunity in the next
There we
round.
go. This is
Mr.
his second
Desjardins.
round.
Mr. Brock, back to you for 5 minutes, please.
I want to return to Minister Champagne's announcement to Canadians in June of this year, giving the impression that the NRC would provide that oversight sooner than later. But what we learn now is NRC is not going to provide any oversight until the end of Q4, March 31st of 2025. In the interim, it's literally the same old SDTC, just under perhaps a different chair and 3 different directors. Same employees, nothing has changed. Funding has started. TAP started to run again in June. So it begs the question, type of oversight that is being exemplified by this government. According to the press release, he indicates that his department, ISED, will enhance oversight and monitoring of funding during the transition period. So, how often is Minister Champagne involved in discussions with the NRC, giving them updates about his observations and supervision of funding? How often are you meeting with him?
Mr. Chair, the NRC, myself, and our employees are not meeting directly with the minister on the topic. We would work with the Department of ISED, and of course, we've mentioned also that we're working with SCTC interim board and employees.
Sorry, you as the president are not communicating directly with the minister?
On this topic, actively involved on the transition. We're working with all the officials and the individuals that have the
The question is,
day-to-day
are you
job.
talking to the minister?
I haven't spoken to the minister on
Okay.
the file.
Is the minister talking to anyone else at the NRC, to your knowledge?
Mr. Chair, I wouldn't be aware of any contact directly from the minister to other members of my team in terms of this file. No, certainly not.
So you can't even tell Canadians at this point what it means when he says his department will be enhancing oversight and monitoring of funding during the transition period. You can't speak to that because you're not speaking to the minister.
So, Mr. Chair, the Deputy Minister of the Department has appeared here and spoke to what measures they're undertaking.
It's not my
So
question.
It's for the department to give an
it's my
account on
time.
their
Sir,
work.
it's my time. Thank you. You are not able to educate Canadians as to what the minister meant by saying he's going to provide enhanced oversight and monitoring of funding. You're not speaking with him, so you don't know what he means by that, do you?
Mr. Chair, as far as what we'll do to run this program when it's transferred to us, I've spoken to that in my testimony.
That's not my question. Simply say yes or no. You don't know what that means. During this transition period, you're not communicating with the minister. You don't know what enhanced monitoring means, do you?
Mr. Chair, the responsibility for the files that SDTC has now rests with the foundation. It has a new board.
Not you. So you can't answer that question.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
the board
He also
is,
talked about a reinforced contribution agreement with ISED. We know that the existing contribution agreements were extremely violated to the tune of $390 million going to companies that were simply ineligible or were conflicted. So what is the reinforced contribution agreement?
Mr. Chair, just that would be a question to be addressed to ISED.
Right.
Who has responsibility for the contribution agreement, not with us.
Right.
which
So
we do not.
Canadians are no more the wiser after hearing this testimony today as to what changes Minister Champagne has introduced for over the next 10 months until SDTC comes under your review and ambit at the end of Q4. I guess we're supposed to say, listen to the government. We'll just trust the government that they're going to do best. They're going to learn from their mistakes, and they're going to ensure that they're going to be proper economic stewards of our taxpayer funds. It's a just trust me type of response. You're not in communication with him. Canadians are no longer confident as to how he's complying with reviewing everything that's being funded in the green tech energy sector? We have no idea, do we?
Mr. Chair, I believe at the time this was raised, not sure exactly the date, but funding was suspended. And then a new board has been put in place, and that changes everything at the foundation
Okay, sir.
about who directs
The
it.
other question that
And then we're
Canadians
working
have
on
in
the
mind is how are we going to recover that $393 million that was improperly transferred? What do you say to Canadians? What is the process that the government has shared with you as to how we're going to recoup that money?
Mr. Chair, the question of recovery was discussed in a previous testimony. I believe questions were asked of the Deputy Minister, other witnesses that have been here. Those questions are best asked to the department.
To your knowledge, has it started? Has the recovery process started?
Mr. Chair, the NRC isn't involved with the current files of SDTC. I'm not in no position to answer the member's question, sorry.
Well, presumably you're going to be answering these questions at the end of Q4. So you're not talking about it now as to what steps the government is taking to recover taxpayer funds?
So, Mr. Chair, what we anticipate is the files that will be transferred to us will be ones that are in good standing that we can carry forward and continue to administer the agreements that are transferred to us and the relationship with those clients. That's how the process has been structured. So questions as to recovery and so on would be, of course, best addressed to other parties.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see if they're back on. Man, they're still on break. Okay. I do have the... Let me grab this up real quick. I want to show you the Governor General's, or the Auditor General, sorry. Let me see where it is. This is it. This is from 2 months
Thank you for
ago.
joining me today to discuss the findings of 3 reports that my office released this morning. I will begin with our audit of professional services contracts. It looked at whether federal contracts awarded to McKinsey & Company between 2011 and 2023 complied with applicable policies and provided Canadians with value for money spent. These contracts spanned 20 federal organizations, including 10 Crown corporations. The total value of contracts awarded to McKinsey & Company during the period we reviewed totaled $209 million, of which about $200 million was spent. We found that organizations that bid evaluations did not include enough information to support the selection of McKinsey & Company.
Okay, that's McKinsey's. That's her talking about McKinsey. Where's the one where she talks about the Green Slush Fund? Because this is what they're talking about in terms of the report. See, there's so many scandals with them, it's hard to keep up. Oh, wait, no, it was that video. It was that video.
Thank you for joining me today, Canadians. But they only work if they are followed. Turning now to our audit of Sustainable Development Technology Canada,
Yeah, this is the
which
one.
looked at whether the foundation managed public funds in accordance with the terms and conditions of contribution agreements and its legislative mandate. We also looked at Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada's oversight and administration of public funds. Between March 2017 and December 2023, the Foundation approved $856 million of funding to 420 projects. The audit found that there were significant lapses in Sustainable Development Technology Canada's governance and stewardship of public funds. Specifically, the Foundation awarded $59 million to 10 projects that did not meet key requirements set out in the contribution agreements between the government and the Foundation. These projects were ineligible for funding because, for example, they did not support the development or demonstration of a new technology, or the projected environmental benefits were overstated.
Wow. Green Slush Fund.
I am also very concerned by breakdowns in the Foundation's governance. We found that these organizations have neither the capacity nor the tools to effectively fight cybercrime, as cyber attacks grow in number and sophistication. Part of the issue is the federal government's siloed and disconnected approach. We found breakdowns in response, coordination, tracking, and information sharing between and across federal organizations. In addition, given the links between spam and cybercrime, the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission's narrow view of its role has limited the extent to which it helps protect Canadians. Effectively addressing cybercrime relies on incident reports going to the organizations best equipped to receive them.
Okay, so now let's check to see if they're back. Are they back? Okay, they're back.
The PCO gave direction to all government departments to actually redact elements of any documents they have using the Access to Information Act and Privacy Act changes. Although he points out in that letter that there was no such restriction put in the House of Commons motion that passed with the majority of members in the House of Commons, that the House of Commons motion is supreme on this. It's not restricted by any act of Parliament, yet the Prime Minister's office clearly interfered through the PCO in trying to prevent the information from getting out. And that's why this committee, the Public Accounts Committee, which examines the Auditor General reports on the expenditures of money, needs to have an expanded study on the Liberal Green Slush Fund, because we know that where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's probably a lot more going on here than the 226 projects the Auditor General looked at out of the $1 billion Liberal Green Slush Fund. So as a result of that, we need to ask these directors who are involved in the current transition, as well as those who are named in the Auditor General's report, for more clarity before this committee, and we need to ask that the Auditor General herself do a more extensive study of what's been going on in the Liberal Green Slush Fund than she did in her selective sampling, random sampling of projects. So I would hope that all committee members will support that we get to the bottom of this, because right now we don't know if anything's changed. The NRC doesn't know if anything's changed, contrary to what the minister said. The minister said, as of the date, the NRC has control and it will be up to this pristine level of accountability. Yet the minister himself has not met once with anyone in the NRC to figure out how the heck this thing's going to get cleaned up. So the 40 months that Minister Champagne was the minister during SDTC, that he did nothing, while an ADM sat in every meeting where this happened that reports to him through the deputy. He did nothing until it made it into the media. He did nothing through all the parliamentary hearings. And his only response has been, I'm going to transfer it to the NRC. That'll clean it all up. And he cares so much about it, he hasn't even met with the NRC to see what they're doing and to give direction, and neither has his staff. So I think it's essential this committee keep examining the issue to get to the bottom of these issues that have been raised today, but also by the Auditor General and the Ethics Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins. I have Ms. Khalid. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not really sure why the Conservatives are so hell-bent on politicizing a process. If we go through the timeline here, the Minister for SDTC, responsible for SDTC, identified an issue, acted on it, read the report of the Auditor General, which is at an arm's length person who provides the oversight of our public accounts, of how taxpayers' money is spent, took in their recommendations, and took some substantial steps on how to fix the process. We had witnesses here today from the NRC, and they talked about what that transition looks like. They talked about what the impact of a program like this is on small businesses. They talked about how we're going to improve the system. And that is exactly what our role is here as members of the Public Accounts Committee. Our role is not that of a judiciary. Our role is to find issues and challenges, to take the advice and the recommendations of the Auditor General and others, and to help in improving the process, to ask the relevant questions on what is next.
You don't even know how committees work.
I'm not sure why, the members opposite feel that, if there's smoke, there's fire, let's go on this witch hunt expedition, etc. Let's bring in everybody. Let's basically demolish public trust by calling again and again and again same witnesses. And people have been on record. The Auditor General herself has felt, and she has expressed as much, how uncomfortable she feels by people telling her how to do her job. And the member opposite spoke about, getting her to do her job even more. Well, I think that her and her office are arm's length. They are doing their job. They just released this report. And
they released it like 2 months ago.
We don't need to dictate to them how to conduct themselves. What we're seeing here, Mr. Chair, is an exercise in a fishing expedition on the back of industry and of small businesses. It's unfortunate. I have sat in committees over these past number of years, and I have seen again and again businesses being brought in, put in through the ringer to the point where they become targets. And I don't think that that's fair, and I don't think that that's the job of what this committee is responsible for. I think that, sure, if we are going to proceed with this motion, that there are some amendments that need to be made here. And we should be focusing on ensuring that we are doing the right thing in order to improve the process, as opposed to creating a witch hunt process in which we're hauling in anybody and everybody who the Conservatives seem to think are enemy number one. Anything to get an extra click, anything to raise an extra buck for their party. It's unfortunate. So I would like to amend this motion based on who is responsible for what. So first and foremost, the Minister of Environment should be struck from the list of witnesses that are required in this motion, because they don't have that him nor his office has anything to do with any of this. Secondly, I'd like to include two names in the text of the motion. Firstly, the Auditor General herself and the RCMP Commissioner, because I believe that both have important testimony to provide on Parliament's continued study of STDC, including their grave concerns on the CPC June 10th motion, which is compromising their independence, as they have stated. And an article in the National Post from a few days ago dug more into this, with a former senior parliamentary counsel for the House of Commons quoted saying that the Conservative motion is both completely unprecedented and a likely abuse of Parliament's powers. Academics have already raised concerns, saying that by demanding the documents with the sole purpose of passing them on to the RCMP, the House of Commons is overstepping its bounds, and these actions raise a number of constitutional issues here. Our job as parliamentarians is to ensure proper oversight and accountability of public funds. It is not to act outside of the bounds of Parliament, Mr. Chair. I think it's incumbent on us to hear from both of these witnesses the AG and the RCMP Commissioner that have brought these real concerns regarding Parliament's actions on SDTC. Any extensions of this SDTC study should include testimony from both of those witnesses in my view. So I would then propose that we remove Minister Guilbeault from the list, and that we add the Auditor General and the RCMP Commissioner to the list of witnesses for a more wholesome testimony as to what exactly is going on here. And Chair, it's time for us to start doing the right thing amongst all parliamentarians at this table.
You don't know anything about.
Thank you. So I have amendments to the motion, which we will deal with here and now. There's of course a speaking list to the main motion, but let's deal with Ms. Khalid's amendments. I think Ms. Khalid, if you're agreeable, I'll do them as kind of 1, 2, 3, because I suspect you might have different shifting support. So I was going to do maybe a vote on the striking the minister. Okay. All right. So the amendment is to strike the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
No.
Point of order, Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Chair. And I apologize for having to interrupt just before you read, just to get clarity on the proposed amendment, if we can have that amendment sent to us. In addition, is it possible if by unanimous consent, maybe we can get a compromise here to sustain the witnesses that were submitted by the Conservatives, including Minister Guilbeault, in addition to adding the the other witnesses proposed by the Liberals. I'd be happy to vote in consensus if we can just invite all of the witnesses and do away with the fact that we would have to vote. Maybe it's just a recommendation.
Yeah, no, well, that's what I was trying to work through. So I think Ms. Khalid would like to present them as a package, which means which could present a sub-amendment to the amendment. But
Chair, so just to address the concern of the member, what I'm proposing, specifically with respect to the Minister for Environment, he has no responsibility in SDTC. He has nothing to do with the file. It would be a waste of our committee resources for us to have him. We've already had Minister Champagne, and I'm sure Minister Champagne is willing to come again. The person who is responsible for the file. So it just doesn't make sense for us to include a minister who has no authority over this file that we're talking about.
Right,
it's
and
a
you
green
like to present
slush
this.
fund.
So your
He's the environment minister.
Amendment to the motion is to remove.
Oh God, she's so clueless.
Strike still for Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, and then add the Auditor General and the Commissioner of the RCMP. That is the amendment. First of all, I had Madame Tecla-Dingagnes wanted to speak on it first, I believe, and then after that, I see Mr. Perkins. I do have a list running on the side, which is Mr. Desjardins, Mr. Brock, and Mr. Genuis. So I'm going to, yeah, sure, but I'm going to keep that. So, gentlemen, if you can put your hand down, and if you want to put or keep your hand up if you want to be on this amendment to the motion list.
Yeah, Chair, point of order. I would like to be on both. But
okay, that's fine.
I think right at the beginning regarding the amendment issue. So wherever I fit on the list.
Mr. Desjardins, you'd like to speak to the amendment as well? Amendment to the motion?
Yeah, I would like to speak to the amendment just as a matter of reply.
Right now, I just confirming. I'll come back to you. So, Madame Tecla-Dingagnes, you have the floor first.
Oh, of course. Apologies.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for having tabled this motion that I find to be a good motion, and there are some names that I would like to add to this list. So, as a friendly amendment, if everyone agrees, or a sub-amendment to Ms. Khalid's amendment, the Auditor General submitted the list of the 90 cases of conflict of interest that have not been resolved and for which procedures were not complied with. And they include the names of people who were in conflict of interest. I would like these names to be included in the list. We have already have Ms. Vecherin, but I would like to add others. Okay. I will return to these suggestions for the time being we're just going to discuss Ms. Khalid's 3 suggestions. And so if you would like to support those, or if you would like us to change the names, then so let's focus on those 3 names for now. Okay. I'm okay with the additional names that were added. And I would say I agree that I don't think we're going to be able to gain anything very useful from speaking to Mr. Guilbeault. And so I am in agreement with Ms. Khalid's amendments.
Merci beaucoup. C'est
Thank you.
Mr. Perkins.
We now have Mr. Perkins.
Mes sous-amendements?
Can you put me back on the list for my sub-amendments? No, we're going to resolve this topic, and then after that, you will be on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the amendment, maybe I would start because there seems to be a little confusion because the Minister Champagne's name was mentioned. We still have an existing study motion. This is a supplement to it. On the existing study motion, it has Francois-Philippe Champagne, Minister of Industry, Simon Kennedy, the Deputy Minister. It has Francis Bilodeau, the ADM at Innovation Science Technology. It has Paul Booth, the current acting chair, so the other ones are in addition that are on my motion. And it has Zaid Rahim, who is as you know, is the acting president. These are already on that, and there's some people from PCO as well. So this list is in addition, not as a substitution for that previous motion on the existing study. And in that addition, and I have no issues with the amendment to B, as I understand it. I'd like to see it just to make sure I understand what it is again. But just by way of explanation on Minister Guilbeault indeed does have quite a bit to do with this, since he was the in-house lobbyist for 10 years before he was elected for the primary beneficiary of the Green Slush Fund, and in his public declarations on his conflict of interest, he lists Cycle Capital still as being a shareholder. He did not divest himself of the primary beneficiary of the Liberal Green Slush Fund when he became a minister. And since he's become a minister, the value of Cycle Capital has tripled with the amount of money that's been going into it. So that's the rationale for it. I'm obviously would prefer to have him, but if the committee doesn't feel that way, I guess we'll see that in the amendment. And perhaps, I don't know, I probably can't ask a question. I just want a clarification. So the suggestion is to add the RCMP in before it says Auditor General. Is that correct?
Well, it is too.
Or it's adding both of them.
It's strike Guilbeault, and then there'll be a new number.
Oh, as additional witnesses.
Yeah, so additional witness, Auditor General of Canada, RCMP Commissioner.
You're right. So it was additional witnesses. I wasn't quite.
Yeah. So we're only talking about the motion that you have presented today. We're not talking about any other motions that are have passed through this committee.
But you were adding them as additional witnesses, not.
So I'm adding 2 witnesses and removing 1 as proposed.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Perkins, you are done. I've got Mr. Genuis and Mr. Desjardins, Ms. Khalid, and then Mr. Brock. This is all on the amendment with these 3 names. 1 we're removing, Guilbeault. The other 2 we're adding. I am going to enforce we speak to that amendment only. Mr. Genuis, you have the floor, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was flabbergasted by some of Ms. Khalid's opening comments. She described our inquiries in this regard as being like a fishing expedition. If this is like fishing, it's like going to a barrel full of fish and grabbing fish out of it. It's evident that the volume of corruption, there's no question that there were violations of basic norms around conflict of interest here. So using idioms that suggest this is sort of speculative investigation is pretty outrageous, and seems like the member is trying to deny some of the basic conclusions of the Auditor General's report. I did have a specific comment on the amendment. That is, Ms. Khalid seems to be taking issue with the motion that, yes, it was a Conservative motion, but it was passed by a majority of the House of Commons in June regarding requesting documents. That motion used the unfettered powers of the House of Commons to send for documents. This is a clearly well-established constitutional principle. And I'm happy to talk about that motion, the work that Conservatives are doing with the support, in this case, of all opposition parties to get to the bottom of the corruption we've seen in this government. But look, I think I can offer a sub-amendment that will help us discuss this in a more fruitful way, and that is we should have the law clerk in, because the law clerk works for us.
Mr. Genuis, I'm going to stop you there. The same rule that I applied to Mr. St. Clair, you can make additions to the motion when that time comes. This is not the time. We're dealing with these three names right now. You're either in support, or you can propose a sub-amendment to strike one of the names if you disagree. But that is where we're at.
Here's what I'm doing with a sub-amendment. I'm proposing a sub-amendment to replace the RCMP commissioner on that list with the law clerk, because the law clerk it seems like the person, the mover of this amendment is actually looking for. They're looking for someone who can answer questions about the appropriateness of that June motion, about some of the procedural or constitutional issues associated with that request for documents. In the abstract, the RCMP commissioner may have an opinion on this, but if this is a question of constitutional legal authority, the appropriateness of sending for these documents, the discretion that's available to the House. It was a decision of the House, not of this committee. I should underline, but it does relate to work this committee is doing. So I think if members want to probe that issue, I think we can talk about it. So I just propose that sub-amendment, that we replace the RCMP commissioner with the law clerk on this list.
Okay, I'm starting a new speaking list for the sub-amendment to the amendment, which is to strike the RCMP commissioner and replace with the House of Commons law clerk. Are there speakers?
See how inefficient they are?
And then Mr. Dijon. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm quite perplexed, actually. I'm not sure why Mr. Genuis feels that we should be removing the RCMP commissioner from this list. And, of course, as we're having this discussion, we can add witnesses and discuss the importance of these witnesses to the context of what exactly it is that we're studying. And to be clear, and I do want to quote this article that I had referred to earlier.
Oh, please don't.
Where
just don't.
It is said, quite simply, an RCMP investigation is the only way to fully. This is from, according to letters tabled over the summer in the House of Commons and its Public Accounts Committee, the order created significant consternation with the Office of the Auditor General and the RCMP. The letters also reveal that neither the Office of the Auditor General nor the RCMP found evidence of criminal wrongdoing while looking into SDTC. On July 10th, Hogan wrote House of Commons clerk Eric Jans to inform him that she would not comply with the order because it would compromise her office's work. She also noted that if the RCMP wants her files, it can obtain a production order to obtain them legally. I am not able to respond to the order at this time, she wrote to Jans, arguing that the records she audited don't belong in her office, but to the government. What I'm trying to say is, and I think Mr. Genuis misunderstood what the point that I'm trying to get at here, Chair, is that the role of our committee is not to be a judiciary. It is not to dictate to the Auditor General, to the RCMP, how they should be conducting their work. The role of parliamentarians is not to dictate to these institutions that we have created to have that oversight. And by doing so, by continuing down this road, we are abusing the power of Parliament. And that is not correct. That is not fair. And so
ministers do.
My
They
whole point
provide
of
oversight.
adding these two names, the Auditor General and the RCMP Commissioner, is to make sure that we have the full context of what exactly is happening here. I've never gone fishing, Chair. I've never had fish in a barrel, and I'm sure Mr. Genuis probably hasn't either, based on his comments on lobsters, the Atlantic shore earlier. But what we're trying to do here is be responsible, be reasonable, and if we are going down this path, then let's have the full context. And let's be effective and efficient in how we are conducting our business as parliamentarians. It makes no sense to invite a minister who has nothing to do with this file. It makes no sense to exclude somebody who has clearly on the record had so much to say about exactly what it is that we're trying to do. Has had so much to say about a motion that was passed in Parliament that is a potential abuse of parliamentary powers to basically dictate to the RCMP how they should be doing their job, to basically dictate to the Auditor General how she should be doing her job. And if we want to continue down this path, then I think that both of those voices need to be at the table. And if Mr. Genuis wants to add an additional name, including the law clerk, as he's just posed in his sub-amendment, then he should propose that as a separate amendment and add the name rather than replace a name. And the fact that he's trying to replace a name, I think, tells a complete story in and of itself. Why is he trying to replace this name? Why is he wanting the RCMP commissioner not to come to this committee, not to talk about the potential abuses of power that the Conservatives are playing at here? So I really think that this should be a game of addition, not of subtraction.
Oh, she's
for sure. You know, I've laid my points out very reasonably to say Minister Guilbeault should not be invited here because he has nothing to do with the issue here.
He's the Minister
of
of
Environment. If it was an issue that involved him, sure. This issue does not involve him. Do we want the full context of exactly what is happening here? Yes. Then include the Auditor General, include the RCMP Commissioner, and sure, if Mr. Genuis wants to include the law clerk, sure. But why is he trying to replace the RCMP Commissioner? And I obviously do not support this sub-amendment, and I'm more than happy to support any additions that Mr. Genuis has to propose to this list, but I will not be subtracting and as somebody who has relevant contextual testimony to give to this committee about what exactly is happening in this instance when it is on record where the RCMP investigation is, and it's on record how these independent offices feel about this Conservative motion and its implications to our democracy here in Canada and its overstepping and abuse of powers by certain parliamentarians. Thanks, Chair.
They're
Thank
not
you.
in government.
I'm turning now to Mr. Desjardins.
You're in government.
This, again, is the sub-amendment to the amendment, which is, and I'm going to, again, I have three lists now. Mr. Desjardins, you're on the top of all three of them. So I'm going to corral you so your comments are on the sub-amendment, which is to remove the Commissioner of the RCMP and replace him with the House of Commons law clerk. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you using the word corral. As a former cattle rancher, it really means a lot, and I can fully appreciate what you mean by trying to corral me. So I'll do my best to ensure that I can speak directly to the sub-amendments. Largely speaking, Mr. Chair, I do believe that we can find a consensus, and I think we often, me and you, agree of attempting to try to find a consensus and pathway forward. I find myself attempting to balance what is the need for true accountability, true responsiveness to a really serious concern of the operations of SDTC with partisan witch hunting. These are really tough for me to balance, and I think something that you struggle with as well, Chair. And so as a matter of a proposition to my colleagues, I think I agree under the first sub-amendment with Mr. Genuis. But before I agree in full part to that, I would suggest that we'd rather than go about the process of amendment, second amendment, sub-amendment, can we have an agreement to simply add any names, including the sustaining Minister Guilbeault as the witness, and proceed with our meetings on these topics? I think it's obvious to me that there are questions that members of our committee have for every witness that's been put forward on this list, and they're gonna use those witnesses for whatever they're going to use them for, no matter what. And so I suggest that we just increase the list, be reasonable with each other, and I'd propose that under all these amendments, to collapse all three amendments, have a consensus of our committee, because Canadians really expect us to do work here. And I really want to get to the bottom of what is a very real issue that's been going on consecutively for, forever. These issues of procurement aren't just Liberal ones. They're also Conservative ones. I'm sure there's been instances provincially as well where even New Democrats or even Bloc members have to deal with these issues as well. So I really suggest that we take a more serious approach to this, add as many witnesses that we deem appropriate for the further study of this report, including the minister, including the RCMP, including the law clerk, and get to a consensus on this.
I actually agree with him. I don't agree with him a lot, but I agree with that.
There, if we can try to avoid the
back and forth, the sub amendment to an amendment to a sub,
back and forth. That's sucking up committee time here.
I actually agree with that.
I'm going to summarize that, Mr. Desjardins, because I think you're in the column of just additions, and you would like to see Minister Guilbeault remain, as well as the Auditor General, as well as the RCMP Commissioner, and you're agreeing with Mr. Genuis on the law clerk. So I have a speaking list, Ms. Khalid, so I'm going to have to come back to you. This is Mr. Genuis' sub-amendment, and he's actually up next, so maybe we'll see what he has to say about that proposition. Instead of swapping, Mr. Genuis, you would agree to have them both there. But it's your sub-amendment, so over to you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, in the abstract, I my view of what's ideal hasn't changed in terms of who can shed the most light on the specific issue. But I think Mr. Desjardins is proposing a good way forward in terms of finding consensus, which is to say addition of witnesses, not subtraction of witnesses. And if there are individuals that particular members think are important to hear from, then others may be surprised to find that they have more to offer than they expected on the particular topic. My point on the RCMP commissioner was simply that if the goal is to talk about the legal and constitutional issues around sending for documents, the law clerk is the appropriate person for that. But hey, if other people want to ask questions to the RCMP commissioner on various things. But I would say if we're going to try to establish consensus on the principle that it's addition and not subtraction, we can't be selective about that, right? Because our view is that Minister Guilbeault has some important context to add to this conversation. So I guess the appropriate way of proceeding would be by unanimous consent or by agreement. If we can agree that Minister Guilbeault stays on the list and that we add the RCMP commissioner, the law clerk, and the Auditor General, and then we get back to the main motion so that Ms. Sinclair Gagné can propose additional names and then others propose additional names, then I think that's a good way to proceed.
Okay. Well, before, there's a few steps to get there. It's not quite that easy, but I do have Ms. Yip and then Ms. Khalid. So Ms. Yip, you have
not Ms. Khalid again.
Floor. Mr. Desjardins, I'm going to ask you to put your hand down, unless you want to speak again. But I think you're covered. So Ms. Yip, you have the floor, please, and then after that, Ms. Khalid.
No, not Ms. Khalid. No.
Well, with respect to Mr. Desjardins, I feel that opening up to any names, just adding willy-nilly, I think that we just need to be conscious of our time here on the committee and the purpose of this committee. We've already been looking at how many meetings of a RICAN? Over 25 now meetings?
And you still haven't got the money back.
There's so much of the other reports that need to be addressed by the Auditor General that we put so much work on the back bench, on the back burner. And we really need to get back to that because there is more to life than just ArriveCan. There are other issues that Canadians are concerned about and issues that the Auditor General has raised. So I do agree that with the sub-amendment to have the Auditor General, the RCMP, the law clerk, as I like to support Ms. Khalid. There is no point in having Minister Guilbeault come. It's again, we want to really be targeted and precise in our time of the witnesses that come so that this doesn't just drag on. There has to be a whole purpose. And I do think that offering Minister Champagne is more relevant, and that would be a better use of time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Ms. Khalid. Then Mr. Genuis, I'm going to come back to you, and we're going to see if you're willing to make a. In order for you to withdraw your motion, you'd have to seek UC. Otherwise, we vote on it. But I'm going to hear Ms. Khalid first, and then you and I can talk. But I've got to go to Ms. Khalid next. She's been very patient. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. You're very kind. I think you're trying to make up for ordering that butter chicken. But but I think that we should be precise and targeted if we're going to go down this path of this study. As I said earlier, I would propose, Chair, that Mr. Genuis, if he feels so inclined, should withdraw his sub-amendment and perhaps add an amendment after we've decided on mine. At a later time in this meeting, and stop creating confusion, because I would like to just vote on one thing at a time. I know Ms. St. Clair de Gagné has some witnesses that she wants to propose as well, and I'd like to hear what those names are as well, and see how we can be more productive in this meeting rather than going back and forth and trying to scratch out names and adding more and scratch out more and adding more. It just doesn't make sense to me. So, Chair, if it's okay with you, I would prefer that we stick with voting on the sub-amendment, or Mr. Genuis can withdraw his sub-amendment and we can vote on my amendment and then move on to the proposal of Ms. St. Clair de Gagné.
So there's a few steps. I mean, we would, depending on what Mr. Genuis does, we would then return to your amendment to the motion. So, Mr. Genuis, I think you'll get where you want to go if you seek UC to dissolve your sub-amendment. You will then have an opportunity later to propose the law clerk. Would you like to do that?
Yes, sure. I'd like to retain the floor to speak on the amendment as well. But
hold on a second. Hold on.
Well, okay.
It won't work like you will get an opportunity again. I will add you, but I'm keeping multiple lists here. But I will add you, so you will get an opportunity, and you will have your say. So I'm looking for
to request unanimous consent to withdraw the sub amendment. That's fine. I think we're getting to where I wanted to land. So.
Okay. Do I have agreement for Mr. Genuis's sub amendment to be withdraw and to be okay? Good. All right. Very good. Thank you. Now I'm going back to the amendment, and I have a speaking list here already. Mr. Desjardins is at the top of it. This is Ms. Khalid's amendment to withdraw and remove Minister Guilbeault, and add the OAG and the RCMP commissioner. I can almost predict what you're going to say, Mr. Desjardins. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I feel it's probably not a surprise to you or members of our committee that I'd seek compromise on this. I think it's important that we probably keep all of these witnesses. If there are members who are proposing questions to the minister should be present to answer those questions, particularly as it relates to the transition of the file. The transition of it towards NRC, like we heard today, there's many questions that went unanswered. I think the minister whose directive is responsible for that order of transition is likely well informed on how to make that decision. In addition to the other names that were put forward by Ms. Khalid, I would also agree that those are important names to add to our list. Balancing with what Ms. Yip has said of trying to ensure that we have a scope that isn't broad, so broad that it creates a study that is impossible to understand is also a concern I have. But largely said, that concern I think is mitigated by the fact that having these persons present is likely better than not having them testify at all for the purpose of understanding that scope. And so if this is the entire scope, and if these are all the names, then at least we know the breadth and limits of it. And so if these are the breadths and limits, and I think this is actually a pretty reasonable and productive conversation amongst all of us today, because now we have a whole list. We have like, I don't know how many it is now, a dozen names that should give us brevity to schedule meetings with at least some of these on this topic, which is, I think, a favorable outcome for you too, Mr. Chair. And I think would be and is enticing to me as a member of this committee to see consensus on what I think is a serious issue. If we have questions for witnesses and if members have witnesses to put forward, let's ask them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Khalid, you're speaking again to your sub-amendment. I can move you down
if you can, Chair,
Yep.
move me down. I'd appreciate that.
Yep.
I'd like to listen to what
Yep.
my colleagues have to say first before
Very
I
good.
comment.
Mr. Brock, you have the floor if you're still willing to speak. Otherwise, I'll go to Mr. Pardon me? All right. Mr. Genuis.
He doesn't want to speak on it.
You have the floor. This is Ms. Khalid's amendment that adds both the RCMP and the Auditor General and removes Minister Guilbeault.
Thank you. So Mr. Desjardins, I think, made a good suggestion, but didn't formalize it with a sub-amendment, which I think which I think is procedurally required, unless there's, unless we want to proceed by UC, but it's maybe just cleaner to just remove the sub-amendment. So the sub-amendment is to uncancel Mr. Guilbeault.
I think he means to keep him on the list, but yes.
Yeah, to uncancel, to remove the proposed cancellation and to keep him on the list, so that if the sub-amendment
order, Mr. Genuis. No, this is in order. So we are debating Ms. Khalid's sub-amendment with the three individuals, and Mr. Genuis is making a sub-amendment to strike her suggestion that we remove Mr. Guilbeault. Mr. Genuis wants to keep Mr. Guilbeault.
Yes, and just to briefly motivate, I think that's consistent with the consensus we want to establish, which is to say, let's.
Sorry,
I just said we're not leaving a massive, unlimited, open-ended bucket of witnesses. We are defining witnesses in the motion, but on the basis of what different parties see as being important. Mr. Perkins already gave some specific reasoning around Mr. Guilbeault, and I think all parties will likely have questions they want to ask him. So let's keep in the RCMP commissioner. Sure, let's keep in the Auditor General. I think we'll have a chance to add the law clerk later, but let's also leave in Mr. Guilbeault. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Khalid, I'm afraid you have the floor. So the Mr. Genuis sub-amendment is for consideration to keep Minister Guilbeault on our list of witnesses. And Ms. Khalid, I have to ask you to speak to this. You're next. Yes.
Chair, I don't really have more to say, as I have already made my points as to why Mr. Guilbeault should not be included in this list, and I'm prepared to go to a vote on the sub-amendment at this time.
All right, I do have another speaker. It's Mr. Brock. You have the floor. All right. Clerk, could you call a roll call on this? This is the sub-amendment. This will determine whether Minister Guilbeault remains as a witness that will be called or not. So, if you vote in favor of the sub-amendment, Mr. Guilbeault will remain. If you vote against the amendment, Mr. Guilbeault will be struck as a witness. Is that clear?
Not quite.
I will allow people to raise questions, but voting yes means you would like Mr. Guilbeault to appear. Voting no means he will not be called by this committee at this time. Clerk, call a roll call.
Ms. Khalid.
I vote against this sub-amendment.
Right.
Ms. Bradford.
I vote against the sub-amendment.
Mr. Baines.
No.
Mr. Wheeler.
Against.
Ms. Yip?
No.
Mr. Perkins?
4.
Mr. Brock? Mr. Genuis?
Yes.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés?
Non.
Mr. Desjardins?
I am in favor, yes.
Four yeas, 6 nays.
Thank you. The sub-amendment is defeated.
Damn it.
We now go back to the amendment, which is effectively now to add the OAG and the RCMP. Is there debate on that, or could I call a vote? Clerk, could you call a vote? So if you vote yes, you are voting for us to invite the OAG and the RCMP commissioner. And if you vote against, you are voting to not have them appear at this time. And Mr. Guilbeault will be, as part of this amendment, we effectively voted on that, will not be appearing.
Yeah, so just a point of order, Chair. I mean,
yes.
If this amendment is defeated, then Mr. Guilbeault appears, and if this amendment is, or at least is invited to appear.
That is a good clarification. Yes, if the amendment is defeated, Mr. Guilbeault, we go back to the original motion. Mr. Guilbeault is on it. The Auditor General and the RCMP are not. Clerk, call the vote, please.
Ms. Khalid?
I vote in favor.
Ms. Bradford?
I vote in favor.
Mr. Baines?
Yes.
Mr. Wheeler?
Yes, and just so you know, it's pronounced Weiler.
I'm sorry. Ms. Yip?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
No.
Mr. Brock?
No.
Mr. Genuis?
No.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés?
Oui.
Mr. Desjardins?
No.
6 yeas, 4 nays.
Very good. Ms. Khalid's amendment to the motion is passed. So we're going to return to the motion, in which I have a speaking list already. I'm going to clarify it, but I'm going to let you know what the speaking list is, so you're ready. It's Mr. Desjardins again, Mr. Brock, Mr. Genuis, and then Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry,
the
Chair.
amendment, and now just to summarize it, the amendment now, or the motion now, does not include Mr. Guilbeault, but does include the RCMP Commissioner and the Auditor General. You have the floor, Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do agree, just off the top, with inviting the RCMP and the other witnesses mentioned. You said the law clerk, and what was in the last one? But
no, the law clerk has not been added yet. You can move that, but it is the addition is the RCMP Commissioner and the Auditor General.
I understand. Okay, well, I'm in full agreement with the RCMP and the Auditor General. And this, if Mr. Perkins, this is actually a question. We're on the original motion now, right? I can speak to the original motion?
As amended, yes.
As amended, of course. So, Mr. Perkins, I do appreciate you putting this together, this witness list, and I do appreciate your work on this file. And I'm often considerate to the fact that you're very reasonable parliamentarian to work with. So I very much appreciate your presence on this committee. My question is regarding the inclusion of the founder of Cycle Capital, Andre Lise.
I like that.
Metot.
Today he's actually speaking some sense.
Just explanation as to your inclusion of that name. Is it because they're on the list of conflict of interest persons?
I'm going to have to add. Well, I'm going to seek UC for Mr. Perkins to answer Mr. Desjardins. It'll be brief. Do I have that agreement? Yes. It just Mr. Desjardins had a question for Mr. Perkins as to why he added a witness. The list is 6 deep. Mr. Perkins will be brief. If you don't mind, he'll answer Mr. Desjardins. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Perkins. Brief, you said, not me, you said. I'm going to hold you to that.
Yeah, you know how tough that is for me. Andre Lise Metot is not only the founder of Cycle Capital, but she was a director for 5 years of SDTC during the time and was specifically on the list, actually the one with the most conflicts on the list, according to the Auditor General.
Back to you, Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins, for that. And I guess in consideration of that, would it be, because in the motion itself, this is just a matter of clarification. I'm sure we can get UC on it, to just include the fact that they're a former board member of STTC in addition to being the founder of Cycle Capital, just so there's consistency with the way the motion is worded. Because I think there's every other witness says, like Stephen Kucha, former board member, Guy, former board member. There's a couple other instances where it says that. Would it be useful for the committee, for clarity of our study, to include the Miss
Méthode.
In addition to her Méthode, sorry.
Méthode.
As an addition to the amendment to have to be included former board member of SDTC. I think that's an important factor.
Sure. Is that agreeable with the committee? That's almost a stylistic. Yeah. No. It's basically just to add under Elise Méthode that the former board member SDTC, just for consistency. It's really housekeeping. Yeah. All right. I said that's passed. That's fine. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Desjardins?
Nothing else. Thank you very much.
Very good. Mr. Brock, you have the floor.
Explanation.
Mr. Brock, you have the floor.
My intervention had some certain points that I wanted to bring across has already been articulated, so I believe in efficiency, Chair, and I'm going to forfeit my round.
Very good. Mr. Genuis, this is your opportunity for the law clerk, if you like. Over to you.
Chair, I will move that we add the law clerk to the witness list.
Very good. I have a subamendment. No, I have an amendment now to the motion as amended. Is there any debate on adding the House Commons law clerk? Sure. Any opposition? I'm going to call that passed. Someone can yell for a vote if you like. That is passed. All right. The law clerk has been added as well. Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés, vous avez...
Ms. Sinclair-Desgagnés, the floor is yours. Thank you. I'd like to add all the names that were found in the conflict of interest list from the AG. I'd also like to add, so any people who were involved in these conflict of interest, I'd like all names that were in the list. Judith Ataïd, Carl Landry, Alan McGregor, Ron Kudis, Jill Earthy,
Warmold et Erin Mahoney.
Est-ce que c'est sept?
Is that 7 people? 7, yes.
So we have an amendment from Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés to add 7 names. Would you like me to suspend to allow us time to distribute them to everyone? Yes, Chair. Okay, I'm going to suspend for 5 minutes to give the analysts and the clerk. They're just going to come as names, so you can all consider it. And then I have a new speaking list. First, Ms. Khalid, and then Ms. Desjardins. But I'm going to come back.
Just to clarify, are we asking for
She has to
these
clarify
7
everything.
people to appear as witnesses?
I believe so. I'll come back to Ms. Sinclair-Desgagnés once the list is back to you. About 5 minutes, I think. This meeting is suspended for 5.
Why does she need to clarify? I don't understand. She's been the one that's amending the motions. It's her. She's the one that's trying to do it. Now she needs to clarify what she's doing. Does she not know how the House of Commons works? She's been in power since 2015. She was elected. So she's been going to committees for 9 years, and she still doesn't know how they work. She still doesn't know how ministers work. She still doesn't know what a point of order is. If you've ever seen her in committees before, she has no idea what a point of order is. Yeah, she's just obstructing and buying time. I agree. While they're on for 5 minutes, let's watch Garnet again, because I liked when Garnet talked that one time, and he was pointing out about Where was it? Yeah, this one.
From period and
conflict of interest.
Thank you. Changing gears a little.
More funding,
economy more relevant.
bringing in
Themselves.
IRAP, but
There we
also
go.
be able to work with them later on as they grow, and the challenges are increased in terms of scaling those firms up so that they become sustainable businesses.
Thank you. If you have a short one, go ahead.
I'll just end it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to begin our fourth and final round, going back to Mr. Genuis, who is no longer on his porch, now appears to be in the House of Commons. Over to you, Garnet, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. The sun was in my eyes. It's very clear that this is the same old SDTC, despite claims about changes. This NDP Liberal government's corrupt green slush fund, loaded with conflict of interest. It hasn't changed because it's still being administered by a board using exactly the same model. And the NRC can't answer questions about basic conflict of interest issues that are ongoing. Now, the constant theme that we have at this committee on various issues here, public accounts, is that when things go wrong, the ministers apparently have nothing to do with it. They always want to describe themselves, and Liberal members want to describe ministers as mere passengers on the ship of state. I'm sorry to see that likely at the industry file, we have yet another Liberal minister that seems to be more focused on leadership campaign preparations than on governing. I want to ask specifically, Minister Champagne has said, as Mr. Brock talked about, that there would be enhanced monitoring during the interim period and changes to contribution agreements. When the minister said that, was he telling the truth?
Mr. Chair, I think the previous testimony taken here about the interim period and the monitoring, the review of the files, the AG's observations and those being accepted by the department and SDTC are important. They're there on the record to establish how things will proceed.
Just answer the question. I mean, was the minister, who you report to as well ultimately, was the minister telling the truth when he said they were putting in place changes to contribution agreements and enhanced monitoring? Was Minister Champagne telling the truth? Yes or no?
So, Mr. Chair, the minister's actions are there on the record in terms of suspension of funding.
It's a yes or no question.
Putting in place a new interim
Yes or
board
no?
and a process to review the recommendations that have been made, particularly the Auditor General's report, and take appropriate action on that, and then subsequently to have it transferred to us.
I'll stop you there. I mean, I asked you the question twice, and you can't tell me clearly that the minister that you report to was telling the truth, which suggests he wasn't. And hopefully we'll have him before this committee so that he can give an answer directly to that, because he made some claims about changes at SDTC that just don't seem to have actually been made at all. Now, I want to ask about bonuses. Have bonuses been paid to executives, directors, managers that have been working on this green slush fund? Are people that are working on this receiving bonuses?
So, Mr. Chair, I'm not in a position to address bonuses of SDTC or its employees. I think those questions have to be addressed to the organization itself to provide an answer for the members.
Okay, but so you're supposed to be taking over administration of it. So should those bonuses be paid? Will you recommend that they not be paid? What's your position on that going forward?
So, Mr. Chair, I think the employment of SDTC employees is subject to their arrangements with the foundation. At the point in time they become NRC employees, then it'll fall under our regime for compensation, and that's a completely separate employer, and obviously we'll count for what we're doing with those employees once they join our organization.
Should they receive bonuses, though?
Mr. Chair, I have no views to share with the committee in terms of, the work of SDTC employees and bonuses. That's something you should address to the organization itself.
Okay, I mean, with you taking it over, I would have hoped for a little more on that. But final line of questioning here: would ministers or Liberal political staffers be able to invest in companies that benefit from this green slush fund? Would any have investments? Would any be able to receive those investments?
So, Mr. Chair, without speculating, I think the question is really any of these people that have been mentioned in the question is what conflict of interest procedures apply to their own roles, and I think you'd have to address that to those individuals and in the circumstances. Certainly nothing I can give an account
sorry
to.
to jump in, but NRC is going to be responsible for giving out this money. So what conflict of interest procedures would apply to dispensing those funds?
Mr. Chair, as I said, the conflict of interest policy of the National Research Council will apply to any program that comes under our care.
He's asking what is that
and
policy?
Certainly in this case, it will apply to the Sustainable Development Technology Programming funding that we will have care of once we've had it transferred.
Have rules that would prevent this kind of conflict of interest, that would prevent political staffers.
Well, I just want to check to see. Okay, they're still away.
Of SDTC employees is subject to their arrangements with the foundation. At the point in time they become NRC employees, then it'll fall under our regime for compensation, and that's a completely separate employer, and obviously we'll count for what we're doing with those employees once they join our organization.
Should they receive bonuses, though?
Mr. Chair, I have no views to share with the committee in terms of the work of SDTC employees and bonuses. That's something you should address to the organization itself.
Okay, I mean, with you taking it over, I would have hoped for a little more on that. But final line of questioning here: would ministers or Liberal political staffers be able to invest in companies that benefit from this green slush fund? Would any have investments? Would any be able to receive those investments?
So, Mr. Chair, without speculating, I think the question is really any of these people that have been mentioned in the question is what conflict of interest procedures apply to their own roles, and I think you'd have to address that to those individuals and in the circumstances. Certainly nothing I can give an account to.
Sorry to jump in, but NRC is going to be responsible for giving out this money. So what conflict of interest procedures would apply to dispensing those funds?
Mr. Chair, as I said, the conflict of interest policy of the National Research Council will apply to any program that comes under our care. And certainly in this case, it will apply to the Sustainable Development Technology Programming funding that we will have care of once we've had it transferred.
Have rules that would prevent this kind of conflict of interest.
See, he doesn't answer the question. What are the rules?
Political staffers, ministers who own companies from having those companies benefit. Do your rules prevent that? I think it's a simple, clear question, and I'm not getting an answer. Can you give a clear answer? Would your existing policies allow staffers, ministers to benefit? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, the conflict of interest policy of the NRC and our administration of funds is taken place by professionals. They'll direct funds where there's eligibility and benefits for Canadians, and with the application of our conflict of interest policy to their activities. And we take those decisions within the National Research Council. Not
Thank you, Mr. Genuis. That is
10
All right, finally, they're back on.
ineligible projects. Many of them are also in the conflict of interest list. An interesting fact. So in the end, they were ineligible but received funding. So I thought it would be interesting to hear from these witnesses and ask them questions about these identified conflict of interests. Thank you.
Mr. Desjardins, then I'll turn to another member after that. Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do agree with the proposed amendment to invite the additional members who are found in conflict of interest as identified earlier as well. And I think it would be important that committee members see that. My only question, Chair, regarding this is the format of the meetings on this. And I think this is maybe a subject that under further reflection is something we'll deal with in subcommittee related to how these witnesses will come, because I think there is advantage to having them come as a group in addition to several other witnesses, because I do now see there's going to be a procedural issue of trying to invite all of these witnesses. It's not likely that all of them would attend at the same time, but I do think for the purpose of narrowing our study, we could ensure that the subsequent meetings on this topic are organized in such a way that we get the best kind of organization possible. And I think these witnesses in particular come forward regarding the information on conflict of interest, which I think some other witnesses could also overlap with, including the AG.
Oh, Mr. Desjardins, I will commit to having a subcommittee meeting the first week Parliament comes back, so we can pick that up. Exactly. I think you make a good point there. And I also heard that you I think you agree with Madame Sécla-Dingay's amendment to the motion as amendment. Now I'm turning to Ms. Khalid. You have the floor.
No.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to be on the speaking list for the main motion. I support Madame Sinclair-Degagné's addition to the list of witnesses.
Oh, thank God, that's all she had to say.
Okay.
Oh.
We'll have a roll call vote for this. This is to add the 7 names, even though I think there's broad agreement. I don't. Well, I think so. Well, that's why we have roll call. So why don't you just call the vote, clerk? Just this is to add the 7 names que Madame Sécla-Dingagné nous a proposé. Over to you.
Okay. Ms. Khalid.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Baines.
Yes.
Mr. Weiler.
Support.
Ms. Yip.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Mr. Brock.
Yes.
Mr. Genuis.
In favor.
Madame Sinclair-Degagné.
Oui.
And Mr. Desjardins.
Yes.
All in favor.
All right, we are now back to the motion as now twice amended, which is the... Oh, Madame Bradford.
Oui.
Oui, pardon. Which is the list that Mr. Perkins presented, less we struck Minister Guilbeault. We have added the law clerk, and we have added the additional 7 witnesses who are potentially in a conflict of interest. That is the motion. Any discussion on it, or shall I call a vote? Yes, as twice amended, yes.
Chair, I have one amendment to propose.
Okay.
As I indicated earlier when I spoke to this motion before, the Auditor General has just conducted a value for money audit on the SDTC, and it has just been tabled in Parliament just a few short months ago.
Yeah, it's months
so
old.
Perhaps I think it would be best to wait while the Auditor General comes before this committee. We can ask her the relevant questions on SDTC and question her on this audit, how much a performance audit would overlap with her current work, and if it would be more beneficial to wait until the new processes are fully in place before we request or overstep, in many ways, asking her to do something. I mean, it is really her prerogative. I think that it is probably better for us to come to a conclusion into what it is that we're doing here, and have her appear before the committee, answer the questions that we may have for her, and then go from there. And obviously, the committee can decide to bring forward a motion at a later time once we have more information, and perhaps with better scope and precision as to how we proceed forward on this.
So your amendment
so basically
is to
my
strike
amendment
B.
is to strike B.
All right. So I have a motion to the amendment. Pardon me. I have an amendment to the motion, twice amended, to strike B. Mr. Perkins, I saw your hand go up. I assume you want the floor to discuss this.
Yeah, just to correct the record, the report by the Auditor General is not a forensic audit. It's not a value for money audit. It was a modest governance audit. It only sampled 226 transactions, a small portion of the ones that were done in the period by the Auditor General's own admission. And there's sufficient evidence since the Auditor General's appearance, in addition to the list that was added of additional information. For example, the Auditor General had not categorized the value of the 90 undeclared conflicts, which turned out to be over $250 million. Or declared conflicts, I should say, not the undeclared ones. So this committee and the Auditor General is not currently doing anything on SDTC. And this committee is asking for something different than MP Khalid is suggesting, which is to delay, rag the puck, and hope that it all goes away. We're asking for a much more traditional audit by the Auditor General of what the public would know as a forensic audit, but we're in this motion, it's called a value for money and performance audit. That's the Auditor General's current term. That is not what she did before. And so I would object vehemently to the government's attempt to stop the further investigation by the Auditor General of SDTC with this deletion from the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Khalid. You have the floor. And just to reiterate, Ms. Khalid is not, in fact, the government, a member of this
I am
committee.
not the government.
I do occasionally refer to you as a government member, but you are here as a member. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. And very respectfully, I will also vehemently disagree with what Mr. Perkins has said, because nothing that the Auditor General does is modest. Her office takes every performance audit very, very seriously. And if she felt that more work was necessary, she would conduct that appropriate audit herself.
She already said that she didn't get access to all the documents.
And I think that if we are going down this path of inviting all of these witnesses and hearing from her as well in this committee, that we can pose those questions to her. I think that we should be very careful in how we are conducting ourselves and making sure that we are bringing whatever issues to light that need to be raised, and giving the Auditor General the freedom to basically do her work, which she takes very, very seriously. And I really appreciate, being part of Public Accounts, having seen all of her reports.
We don't appreciate you being here.
Amount of work that her and her office does. I don't think we should be dictating to her. I think that we should have her in the committee to listen to what she has to say, answer everybody's questions, listen to what all the witnesses have to say, and then perhaps decide exactly how we want to proceed. I think this is a little bit early in the game for us to be dictating to anybody what to do.
It's a request.
Thank you
it's not a dictation.
very much. I have no other speakers. Clerk, I'm going to have you call the roll call. This is a vote to strike Part B. If you vote in favor, the ask of the Auditor General to undertake a value for money audit will be removed from this motion. And if you vote no, it will remain in the motion. Over to you, Clerk.
I vote in favor. Ms. Bradford.
Oui.
Mr. Baines.
Yes.
Mr. Weiler.
Yes.
Ms. Yip.
Oui.
Mr. Perkins.
Absolutely not.
Mr. Brock.
No.
Mr. Genuis.
No.
Madame Saint-Claude-Lagagné.
Non.
Mr. Desjardins.
No.
5-5.
All right, and I will vote the Part B will remain in the motion. I'm now. Pardon. I'm now turning. Hold on a second.
Wrong tube. Your mic's not on.
On the motion,
There you go.
which you table, which has now been twice amended, well, it's been amended more than that, which has now had numerous names added to it, one struck. Over to you, please, for maybe closing remarks, although I will look for other speakers.
I obviously will support the original motion, even though it has one glaring error of not having the shareholder, Minister Guilbeault, on the list, as the government decided that they wanted to protect him from accountability on this subject. But I will be voting for the motion.
I'm seeing no other speakers. Clerk, could you call the vote on the motion as has been amended?
Ms. Khalid.
I vote in favor, Chair.
Ms. Bradford.
In favor.
Mr. Baines.
Yes.
Mr. Weiler.
In favor.
Ms. Yip.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Sorry?
Who's just breathing in the mic?
Mr. Perkins.
I won't sigh as much, but yes.
Oh.
Mr. Brock.
Yes.
Mr. Genuis.
Yes.
Madame Saint-Claude-Lagagny.
Oui.
And Mr. Desjardins.
Yes.
10 yeses.
That is passed. Thank you all very much. Now, this is actually not the committee business that is on the agenda. I'm going to suspend this meeting for 2 minutes and then bring us back into committee business in public. Mr. Genuis, I'll be providing an update on some correspondence that was requested. So, Mr. Genuis, unless you have a point of order or it deals with the matter at hand, I'd ask you to wait, but I will come back.
Yeah, I just want to be on the list for committee business.
Okay, well,
Chair.
you will have an opportunity to raise your hand when we come back. But yeah, so I don't take names now. So the meeting was suspended for 2.
Wow, they're going a lot over time today. So let me just double check when they're actually supposed to, Oh, it is a 4-hour meeting. Okay. So they're supposed to be done in about 5 minutes. I thought it was a 3-hour meeting because usually the committees only go for 3 hours. But I guess because there's no other committees going on during this time, they have as much as they need for resources like interpreters and things like that. So where's that other clip I just wanted to show? There was one I wanted to show for while we were waiting. Where was it? Oh, did you guys watch that steel worker just rip on Trudeau the other day? That was pretty funny. I don't know if anybody saw it.
Hey, just one
Let me share this while we're waiting. This is pretty funny. I'm sure some of you guys have already seen this, but if you haven't, this is from just the other day.
Hey, I'm fine. Just one
Prime Minister, this too again. Well, we got donuts over here if you want to thank you for your hard work.
I can bring some for my kids here.
Okay. The 25% tariffs we just brought in on Chinese skills going to help you out.
That's going to keep my job.
Yeah, it's going to keep your job.
What about the 40% taxes I'm paying, and I don't have a doctor?
The $400 million that we invested in the card means you're going to have a job.
Well, I think you're only here for another year. We won't see you around probably another year.
No, that's what elections are for.
That's right.
And I look forward to everyone exercising the right to vote.
Yep.
And the basic choice, we're going to invest in you and your job. So
I don't believe you for a second.
Dental care? Do you know anyone who got dental care?
Yeah, I pay for it myself.
Okay.
We're like 3 years behind.
You have a job and coverage?
Yeah,
but we
four
got
people
seniors.
in my family.
We've got
Every
seniors.
time we go for a dental visit, it's costing me about $50 in my pocket per person.
Okay.
Why? I have a good job. You're not really doing anything for us, Justin.
Well, actually, we just invested so 500,000 people haven't been to the dentist. Got to go to the dentist over the past few months.
Probably like my neighbor that doesn't go to work because she's lazy.
Well,
She just doesn't go to work. She lives the same
Most
life I do.
Canadians try to stick up for each other, and that's what we're going to keep doing.
Yeah.
Good luck and take care of your family, sir.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
Have a nice day.
Have a good day, sir.
Doesn't shake his hand. I love that. That's hilarious. Keeping classy and quoting facts, 100%. He was really, really different than what most people who encounter Trudeau and want to say something to him. They're usually a lot more aggressive. He didn't swear. He didn't, he was very calm and collected. Trying to find that other clip while we're waiting. I don't know if you guys.
Are you seriously saying?
This was on my channel a week or so ago.
Mr. Trudeau, we never be able to revoke citizenship from somebody?
No.
Is that your position?
No.
Because we revoked the citizenship already of war criminals. And why would we not revoke the citizenship of people convicted of terrorist offenses against this country? This was a bill put forward by a member of Parliament who is himself an immigrant, Devinder Shori. This is not the standards we expect. Immigrants, Canadians, all of us who are here expect that we would have a minimum bar, that people would not, people who come here would not be guilty of trying to plan terrorist attacks against this country.
A Canadian is a Canadian, and you devalue the citizenship of every Canadian in this place and in this country.
Tell that to the truckers, dude. You devalue anybody who just doesn't agree with you.
When you break down and make it conditional for anyone. We have the rule of law in this country, and you can't take away citizenship just like when someone does.
The individual question,
do that.
Keep those bank accounts.
Is convicted.
Oh, man. He's too much sometimes. Wait, did he actually? Let me check that out, Pokey, if he did. We can watch that. I don't see that. I don't see that anywhere. Oh, there they go. They're back.
Update, and then I will turn to some business and witness and members who are already in the queue. This committee had passed a motion over the summer looking for some information, or for Mr. Firth to respond to some committee testimony. We did receive that reply over the weekend. It will be translated and transmitted to you as soon as possible. We had also requested some information, an audio recording from CBSA. As of this morning, that had not arrived, and the clerk has already sent a note to request that information be sent right away. Mr. Perkins, you now have the floor, please, and I have a list of other members who wish to address the committee, but over to you first, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members will recall that I think the correct terminology on meeting of June 20th of this committee was suspended. I'm not quite sure what the terminology is. The motion I had, it's not a study motion, but I would like I think I have to ask for consent of the committee, Mr. Chair, to restart the debate on my motion of June 20th. And I don't know if you want me to read the motion, but that motion was that given that the Auditor General's audit of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and given the government appointed board members approved A, 59 million towards 10 ineligible projects, B, 76 million towards 90 projects in which board members had conflicts of interest and violated internal conflict of interest policies, and in violation of the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act. C, $259 million towards 96 projects where board members held conflicts of interest. D, $58 million towards projects without ensuring contribution agreement terms were met, that the committee therefore expresses extreme concern with the blatant disregard of taxpayer funds, and therefore calls on the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry to recoup these funds for Canadian taxpayers within 100 days following the adoption of this motion, and that the committee report this matter to the House.
Any additional comments, or should I proceed through?
Oh, the process stuff. I'm just looking at time.
Oh, I have additional resources. There is
well, I think we have to have a vote to restart the discussion about this motion. Is that correct?
Well, does anyone object to restarting this debate again?
Sorry, Chair, if I may?
Yes.
I'm not sure why we're going past the assigned committee time. We've been in this committee from 10 a.m. to it's now 2 p.m. We have another one on Thursday. I'm sure that we can perhaps resume debate on this on Thursday. Given that I would have appreciated a little bit of extra time. I do have some other obligations that I need to attend to. And given that we have been here for 4 hours talking about this, I would appreciate if we could have a little bit of leeway here.
All right. Well, how about we'll meet halfway then. We will pick up this debate then on Thursday.
Their audio needs fixing today. It's been so
then.
In and out.
After the witnesses, yes. Is that fine?
Yep.
All right. I still have a short list of other people that want to speak to other. Well, I have a few other hands up. So yours was one, but it sounds like you're satisfied. Is that correct, Ms. Khalid? Anything else to add?
I will remain on the list, Chair.
Well, I'm going to move to the next person on the list, but it sounds like you're done for now. If someone,
for now, yes, but I'd like to be added to the bottom of the list.
I'll look for you before I do anything. Mr. Genuis, you have the floor, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So my understanding is that there was consensus in the room, and I'm remote. So if there was consensus in the room that we have the debate on Mr. Perkins' motion on Thursday, that's fine with me. I had wanted to raise the issue of ArriveCan that you spoke about, Chair, which is the motion we adopted. We made two specific requests. One was a request for a response from Mr. Firth, and we were somewhat specific in what we were looking for in that response. I understand from you that response was provided on time, but obviously we need to wait for translation. That's part of the process here, so we'll be able to look at Mr. Firth's response to that motion that was adopted, asking him for information in response to Ms. Daly's testimony. So we'll be able to look at his response to that and then decide what kinds of follow-up, if any, is required on that. The other part of this is that Ms. Daly repeatedly referred to a lengthy interview she did with CBSA that clearly will have a lot of information in it that points to whether or not her claims are credible and correct, and whether there was in fact issues of intimidation and even interference from the government in terms of the process of that investigation. So we had requested that interview based on, I think, the normal committee timeline of 3 weeks, and that time has elapsed. And to just underline that we had requested that information, not from Ms. Daly. She said she didn't have it. It was an interview with her, with CBSA. She said it was recorded and the government has the recording. So we were quite specific. In fact, the motion says the committee order the production from the government of the recording. So it does seem that with the time that has elapsed, the government is now in breach of that production order. And I think it might make sense just to kind of explore this item, but by way of discussion, without moving any motion on it, because I would like some clarity. Has the government provided any kind of information regarding, okay, we're working on it, we're thinking about it, we're in the process of finding it, or has it just been crickets in response to our request? I think knowing that information will give us some sense of what we should do going forward. So I don't know, Chair, if you or if the clerk can provide some more color on that. This was very clear in the motion that we were asking for this, not from Ms. Daly, but from the government. And the government has an obligation to comply with the committee's order for that information within the 3 weeks. The 3 weeks has elapsed. So if they've come back to us and said, could we have a little bit more time, that's different from them ignoring us completely. So I'd like to get a bit of a sense of where we're at.
So my understanding, it's been radio silence over the summer. We have sent another email today to remind them of the committee motion. What I'd recommend is now they've been sent a follow-up, and we give them the 48 hours for the next meeting. And if we get nothing back then, or an answer that that we don't agree with, then we could consider taking steps as a committee. That's what I recommend doing. I think it's a bit rash to jump right into it. Of course, the committee can if they decide they wish to do so, but I think I would let's see what the answer comes back to the email that was sent this morning, and then assess the situation Thursday.
Yeah, and Chair, I'm happy to proceed as you've suggested, but I think it would be valuable if today, just verbally, I will, and I hope some other members will join me in putting the government on notice that this is an extremely important recording. Ms. Daly had absolutely explosive allegations in relation to effectively the fact that she perceived she was being pressured to blame certain individuals for what happened with ArriveCan, and that there would be consequences for her if she didn't blame those individuals. And I think this is the first time we potentially have access to a recording that would shed light on this really intense conflict within the senior public service over who was responsible for certain decisions around ArriveCan. So this is a critically important recording for actually answering the questions around who is responsible. We need this full recording to get to the bottom of it. The committee was unanimous in ordering the production of that, and I find it pretty surprising that we would get radio silence to that kind of request. It's not unusual, sadly, for there to be delays past timelines we've asked for, but it's not very common, even from the government, for them to just ignore the request completely. So this is very serious. Sure, 48 hours. We'll see where we are on Thursday, but I do hope members will join me in insisting that the government adheres to their obligations and does provide this recording to the committee.
Yes, Mr. Genuis, I won't survey the committee on that. I'll take it upon myself to express my view as chair that House Commons committees do have the authority to request this. Of course, if governments refuse, we have steps to take that this committee has taken before, and we will do so again if collectively we feel it is important to do so. So I think your points are valid, and I'm sure they're shared by at least some of our colleagues on this committee. I personally view the rights of both committees and Parliament to seek information as one that is very important for us to both safeguard and enforce when necessary. On that, I think, Ms. Khalid, you might have had something you wanted to say, and if so, over to you.
No, Chair. I think that's a very reasonable approach that you have with respect to the concerns raised by Mr. Genuis, and looking forward to the conclusion of this meeting.
Okay, let me just check my notes here to make sure there's nothing else I'm missing. All right, before I seek your agreement to adjourn the meeting, we'll see you back here Thursday morning at 10 o'clock. You can expect some additional time to be added to the Thursday meeting to deal with the Mr. Perkins motion. On that, I will adjourn the meeting.
Okay, so I'll be live as well for Thursday for that. But just before we go on today's live, I want to grill Justin Trudeau's YouTube because I thought this was interesting. I think it was Pokey who brought this up. Sorry, let me get rid of this. There we go. So as you can see, this is his YouTube here, and this was the shorts that she's talking about. One of him, I guess, he just released one just now, just as we were, he's got one that just came out. And it says the leader of the Conservative Party is...
He's scared of you. Like every Conservative before him, he's scared of what workers can accomplish when they organize. He's scared because when workers organize, they demand better. They push to make government work for working people. He's scared of you.
That's funny. So this is the boxing one.
That's a solid piece of hardware.
Get a picture of this, come on.
Yeah, no kidding.
There's that picture we want to come on, you do that. Ah! Well, your experience showed in there you survived.
It's a very low bar, but I'll take it.
Good, actually. You want the worst one here?
Let's see. His most popular video has 35,000 views. Okay, it says, welcome to my
Hey
YouTube
everyone,
channel.
I'm here in my office on Parliament Hill, which is where I get a lot of work done, where I hold a lot of meetings. Just a few steps away is the House of Commons, which is where we have debates, we pass legislation, we talk about the issues of the day, I answer questions from the opposition during question period, and a lot of work gets done. But there's a lot going on in politics. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of it, which is why we're launching this YouTube channel. This will be an opportunity for you to see some of the things that we're doing and hear about why we're doing it. C'est une opportunité de voir ce qu'on est en train de faire.
Okay, hold on. Just something I noticed. If you guys look at Pierre Poilievre, so Justin Trudeau has 6,000 subscribers, okay? He's been doing this since October 2022. So almost 2 years now he's had his YouTube channel, okay? Look at Pierre Poilievre's YouTube channel. 485,000. 450K basically, almost 460K. So he's got, what's that, like 70 or 80 times the amount of subscribers, and the amount of people that are following him is, like, if you go to Pierre Poilievre's most watched video, it's like 5 million views, 2 million views. Overall, his YouTube channel has done 131 million views. Let's go back to Justin Trudeau's. Oh, sorry, it's right here. He's only done 370,000 views. He hasn't even done 1 million views on his YouTube channel yet. You're the Prime Minister of Canada, and you can't even do 1 million views on YouTube. His government one is like the PMO one. So that's what usually comes up when you first search Trudeau. It's like Canadian Prime Minister, so it says right now it's the official YouTube channel for Justin Trudeau, but obviously as Pierre comes in, as whoever comes in, it's the official YouTube for the Prime Minister. Does he have 6,999 bots? I know, right? Because this is insane. How can you only have your top video is only 35,000 views? Like, you're supposed to be just, I don't know what's going on with the channel art up here. Something's weird up there. Let's see. Let's look at one other of his.
Every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. And since 2015, we've been working extremely hard to make that a reality. The buildings we just saw today, well, they're proof of that. In 2019, we announced the first phase of construction. In 2021, we came back to announce further phases of construction. And now hundreds of families call this place.
Sorry, before I even continue, I really hope he's not going to say what's behind him is like an affordable house.
Home. We're seeing stories like this unfold right across the country as we continue to make progress on building more affordable housing. As projects are going up, as families are moving.
This is ridiculous.
And with our fall economic statement, we're taking even more concrete action. We're moving forward on affordable housing projects. We're supporting homeowners who are facing higher mortgage costs, and we're cracking down on short-term rentals. We're also moving forward with our Housing Accelerator Fund. Since September, we've unlocked the construction of more than 100,000 homes, and we're fast-tracking that construction so even more people can get into their homes quicker. We've signed deals with cities like Kelowna, Calgary, Brampton, Halifax, and we're signing even more deals with even more cities in the weeks to come. And last but certainly not least, we've introduced the tax-free First Home Savings Account to help Canadians save up to buy their first home. But here's the bottom line. We're focused on building more homes faster. We're focused on making housing more affordable for families right across the country.
Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. Well, I don't want to watch any more of this because I'm just going to start laughing even more. Has he done lives? Okay, he did one live, and it was with President Joe Biden. You've got the President of the United States on your live stream, and only 1,000 people watched it. That's you've got one of the most popular names searched on YouTube, and you can't get nobody to watch your stuff. I want to see on his comments.
Hey everyone.
Let's take a look at the comment section for a sec. We're Look at the comment section. Worst Prime Minister, you have done nothing. Call an election and resign. Take a long walk off a short pier. Oh, God. What a clown. Trudeau. Trudeau, we don't believe anything you have to say. All the comments are just hating on him. There's not a single positive comment on his YouTube page. This is hilarious, Pokey. Thank you for this. But yeah, that's pretty much it now. I got to go run some errands because we've been live for like 4 hours. But we're going to be live again on Thursday at the same time. So 10 a.m. Eastern it'll start, and it'll go for, I think, a little over 4 hours because they've got a couple other things to deal with. But yeah, really appreciate everyone being in here today. I'm going to also have some more clips when I come back. There's some more clips coming out on the channel. So I'll be probably 3 hours or so, and then there'll be some more videos out. But yeah, that's it for today's live, and I'll see you guys on Thursday. We'll be live on Thursday, same time, guys. So